Okay. I think that was long enough of me being silent. I think I can bring this down a little bit more as well. I think that's about normal spot. Yeesh. Yeesh, 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 yeesh. Trash Tendo, Meatball, welcome, guys. Girl brother Anubis always streaming at the worst times. You're watching the boys. I'm sorry, Trash Tendo. You know what? Send me your schedule. I will completely alter my schedule to fit yours. But I appreciate you popping by. And how are you doing today, Trash Tendo? Same with you, Meatball. How are you doing today? And I know it's spooky. It's because, not that my lights heat up a whole lot. Really, I haven't felt any heat coming off of them. But I may only turn one on today. Just cause it's gonna be hot today. It's gonna be real hot today. I had to take some extra time this morning getting everything ready and making sure that, you know, I wasn't gonna be pumping in a whole ton of hot air straight into my house. Hey, J-Ron. Imagine, if I will, that your brain is a cupcake, chocolate cake, buttermilk frosting, sprinkles. Okay. Now imagine there's an entire colony of ants slowly picking the cupcake apart bit by bit. I'm so sorry, Meatball. But that is a fantastic way to describe how you're feeling. Absolutely fantastic.
Hello there.
Hello,
Hey, Kieran, thank you for the follow. How are we today? I mean, we're alive. Do we want to do like a check-in? Finally able to catch me live. J-Ron, do we want to do a check-in with everybody? See how everybody's weekend was going? Or do we want to jump right into the D&D stuff? I think there was a stem in my smoothie. Whatever. More fiber. Anyway, finally able to catch me live. You're doing good, Kieran. Glad to hear it. I'm doing well. Up to me. Okay. How about this? We'll give it a few more minutes. Actually, I need to close Twitter. I have no reason to keep Twitter open right now. I'm doing well. I am not looking forward to this week at all. Every single day is forecasted to be just about 100 degrees, which means it's going to be a little bit hotter than that. So I will be melting. My throat is feeling better because Saturday night I got super angry and just I was screaming, and it's frustration over my in-laws, so, and how they're handling my children. So yeah, I ended up like tearing up my throat because I was just so pissed and I was yelling so loudly. Luckily I didn't tear up my throat too bad because I feel like 99% back to normal. Trash Tendo's making burgers. Oh shit. Yeah, the heat is all right if you're off work. I mean, I don't know. I like to consider this my work. So I'm not off work, but I am at home. But I also don't have air conditioning because air conditioning isn't super, super huge in the Pacific Northwest, which is disappointing. I mean, lots of places have them now, and lots of folks have like portable air conditioners, and they've still got the window air conditioners, but full-on built-in AC for people's houses is kind of few and far between. Just because we're the Pacific Northwest, we're supposed to have rain, not super high heats. Of course, we haven't had rain in 10 years, so there's that. Anyway, we're not here for an environmentalist rant, right? So, let's see. Let's jump into the D&D stuff. Because I have an idea that I want to make sure I don't forget. And there is Scythro. How's it going, Scythro? You tried sitting outside to study today, hoping the change of scenery would help you focus, but it was just too hot. Yeah, no, it's the worst. It's the worst. Carve a throne of ice. Never feel your balls again. I will say there were probably going to be a couple times throughout my stream that I dip for a second, probably to get like a bandana or a washcloth just super wet so I can drape it over my neck or something. You did meet a lot of D&D players, Kieran. Want to get more familiar with it? Hey, all right. Well, if you have questions, this is the place to ask them. If anything confuses you about it, this is the place to get clarification on it, because not only myself but all of my wonderful viewers, we've all got experience with D&D. The majority of my experiences with 5th edition actual D&D, but a lot of others will have experience with the different gaming systems. So you're gonna be joining a one-shot on Rusty's stream at one point. Nice. Made your first character a little while ago. Very cool, very cool. We can also be terribly confusing. I think the confusing part only comes up when we have differing opinions on stuff. But otherwise, it's, it is what it is. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna turn that one on. You guys want to do just that one? I think I'm just gonna do that one. We're gonna stay kind of, I don't know, just chill today. I'm gonna switch over to this. Look at that! Look at that! This is not what we're working on today, though. This is not what we're working on today. So I was thinking about it last night, trying to figure out what I might want to do during this stream. And I had this whole idea in my head. Last night. I was like, yeah, okay, this'll be good, because it'd kind of be a continuation of what we did last time. However, I think I found something better to work on. But it's really gonna need your guys' input. It's really gonna require a lot of you guys to share your opinions on it. Otherwise, it's just gonna be me going, okay, this fits this fits this, and it's completely based on my opinion. So feel free to chime in. As always, you guys always know, I'm more than happy to have you guys chime in. And my chair's rolling around. I need to fix the mat underneath it. But yeah. I guess I should actually type up what it is that I think I want to work on. BBEGs. We've never really talked about the BBEGs. Not full in depth. Your time has come. We've never fully discussed the BBEGs, right? We've never fully discussed the BBEGs, and actually, I don't have anything written down about my own BBEGs. Okay, so I want, that might be a little too close. As the representative of evil here in this chat, I feel very capable in this moment. Good. Because I'm going to pull you out of that. And you're going to go, what the hell is Anubis talking about? What is he doing? This is not how you build a BBEG. So this will be good. This will be very, very good. Bad bitch energy, you don't know what G stands for? Fatal Kimchi, welcome. Also, I like that. That works. Why not guy? Because we're talking about specific people. So why not bad bitch energy guy? Or gal? Both work, right? Because that's what a BBEG is, right? Usually, I guess. Usually everybody has their BBEG and it's one single person. You didn't know what BBEG meant either? Yeah. And really, it should probably say BBEG boss or, you know, BBEG character or something like that. But everybody knows what BBEG means. Or, you know, when you say that, it really only fits one thing. And even then, as I say it, there's no reason why your BBEG has to be a singular entity. Or a singular person, singular character. Because I guess entity could still apply to a collection of people. Anyway, let's talk BBEGs. Let's talk BBEGs. And I've said it over and over and over and over and over that I absolutely do not understand. No, sorry. That's not how I want to say it. I absolutely do not think that anybody should pay attention to alignment when they're creating a character, right? Especially when you're creating a player character. Unless you're really, really going for something very, very specific, you do not need to pay attention to this block. Neutral. This block where we have our neutrals, our lawful and chaotic, our good and our evil, right? Yes, neutral. So we know this, right? We know this lineup. Lawful good, neutral good, chaotic good, Lawful neutral, true neutral, chaotic neutral, or also known as chaotic dumbass, which, why not? We have lawful evil, neutral evil, and then chaotic evil. We all know this table. If you don't know this table, you probably are newer to D&D. But you also shouldn't be completely new to the idea, because this is an idea that is used kind of all over the place. Sorry. There we go. And I guess, yeah, we can kind of finesse it a little bit. So there we go. We all know this table is kind of bullshit. Is it? Well, it is. It is, but it isn't, right? Yes, who uses tables? You eat on the couch. Fair enough. Fair enough. But we all know we all know this. We can recognize this. Even people who don't know D&D and don't know what this is generally know how these kinds of tables work, right? You combining your top row with your leftmost column to create all these different options, right? You're here to learn? No, that's okay, Kimchi. And actually, you know what? I have my music going. I don't have my headphones on. Because of that, I don't have my music up super loud. So let me get it switched over to my headphones. Much better. Okay. So now you're gonna see me like jam to the music. So I bring this up and I put it under the BBEGs because not all BBEGs are the same. This is basic information. I'm not here to teach anybody this, but not all BBEGs are the same. They all aren't just absolute nutcases who want to destroy the world for no reason. Right? Some are. They are probably the least interesting on a basic level. But there's a lot of, there is potential there. There is potential there. Oh, and again, for anybody out there that is learning D&D or has questions or wants to give your input, please feel free to do so here. Again, myself as well as many of my other viewers are absolutely wonderful, and are more than happy to share ideas and share opinions and give clarification on rules and stuff like that. Okay. So I bring it up. I bring this table up because as in life, everybody has different motivations. So it makes sense that a lot of other BBEGs should have different motivations. Hence, BBEGs and their motivations. However, just because they are a BBEG does not mean that they are all chaotic evil. So what I want to do with this, and I'm probably going to zoom out a little bit, so I apologize if it gets a little hard to read, but we're going to need space to type. What I want to do is I want to go through all 9 of these. All 9 of these. And I want to list out different motivations that would fall under these different alignments. And it just basic stuff. Just basic stuff. Because we don't have to go super in depth and build a whole entire backstory within these. Just the basic motivations. Building the backstories after that, that's something that we can do completely separate. So, yeah, we'll keep it like this. This will be fine. Because then I can type over here. So, I want different motivations. You feel like BBEG is a very restrictive term. Antagonist may be more fitting. Sure. Why not? Why not? Literally no reason why we couldn't. What does CD mean on this chat? Chaotic dumbass. Yeah. But no, that's a fair point, Scythro. That's a fair point. Because I think, well, I guess it depends on your understanding of the BBEG, right? BBEG. I know some people use it as I know some people that when they say BBEG, they're saying big bad evil guy. I also know that some people that say BBEG mean big bad end game. Antagonist is probably a good term, a better term. Mostly because, and I'm glad that you did say it, Scythro, mostly because an antagonist doesn't necessarily have to be they don't necessarily have to be doing evil things, and I'm gonna have to clarify on that. But they don't necessarily have to be doing evil things. They just have to be doing, or they just have to be doing stuff that goes against what the party is doing and who they are, I guess. And I say this because, and I say they don't have to technically or even necessarily be evil, doing evil things. Yeah, an antagonist is someone who opposes the protagonist, so morality is relative, exactly. Because if you're playing an evil campaign and your players are all evil, their BBEG or their antagonist is probably going to be somebody that's aligned with good, right? BBEG has an inherent morality ascribed to it. That's why I also said that I know some people that when they see BBEG, they see big bad evil guy, and then some that see big bad end game. Because usually both are interchangeable. The intentions are something that clarifies it, you suppose, evil intentions versus pure intentions. Yeah. And then we've also discussed the difference between good and evil and how it really comes down to public perception and stuff like that. what may be evil, or what may be considered evil by one culture may not actually be considered evil, so it'd be more neutral, or even it would be something that's expected of everybody. And yeah, it's very, very complicated. Very complicated. You've literally never heard the second one? Oh, it's all I've heard on the West Coast. I rarely hear Big Bad Evil Guy, and I hear Big Bad Endgame. That's why originally I said that it's usually followed by like boss or character or, you know, whatever. But that's also the trouble with acronyms. As they get passed around, their meanings can change and stuff like that. Or like Kimchi said, it's our bad bitch energy guy or gal. Anyway. What it really stands for doesn't matter. Again, Scythro said antagonist fits well because it does. It does help, because you guys are right, because you never really hear either. You just see here BBEG and assume it's referring to the evil guy. Well, and because it is. It is. But if you're playing an evil campaign, is your BBEG actually evil? Outside of the table, they're probably good, but I guess at the table, they still would be evil. Because good and evil are, you know, subjective and relative. Right? Can you have both? I can't remember if you can have both. You just use the antagonist or enemy, but that's also writer brain working. I mean, no, the writer brain working here is perfect. This is going to be super helpful. But for this, we are going to have to use... I probably could just format it to do this. Maybe I should do that. For this, what we're going to have to do, though, is we're gonna have to look at through our real world eyes. Okay, you'll say big bad out loud, but you never have a single overarching big bad for an entire game. And I mean, my opinion on that is you probably shouldn't. There we go. You probably shouldn't, because if you have one big bad that's harassing your players from level 1 to level 20, I'd imagine that eventually that big bad gets kind of boring. But, and specifically for my game, I do this. If you include multiple big bads, you not only get more variety in your game with how you not only get more variety in your game with how you can throw enemies and encounters as your players, but you also... No, that's pretty much it. It just adds more variety. I think it just adds more variety. With encounters, whether they're combat or not, it adds variety with like dungeon layouts and stuff like that, aesthetics. It allows your players to travel around. It creates a more living and breathing world where, especially if you have a larger scale, generally on a larger scale, you are going to end up with multiple big bads until you have the one that finally comes out on top and is going for the world domination thing or whatever. Scythro, how do we interpret good and evil in the chart then? Selfish reasons versus reasons they believe to serve other people, perhaps? You're trying to find an example of a character that admits they're evil. Oh, no. Don't do that. You were gonna go with Alex from A Clockwork Orange, but you don't think he admits he's evil. Don't do that. Omni-Man from Invincible, perhaps? Even then, an evil character is never going to admit that they're evil. Or they shouldn't. Sorry. I guess they can. But I don't believe that a evil character that is meant to stay evil would ever actually believe that they are evil. And this ties in with their motivations. The only time that I could see it happening is under this chaotic evil tag. Because that's the thing. Yeah, I'll go from Othello. Okay, so there's the thing. If you fully admit that if you can admit to yourself that you are evil, that means that you recognize that what you're doing is bad. So the only reason that you would really be doing what's bad it's very confused. It's very confused. It's very confusing. As the Great Squall once said, it's our different standpoints, our perspectives that separate us. Both sides blame one another. There's no good or bad side, just two sides holding different views. That's often the case. If one good deed I've ever done, you do repent it from your very soul. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Because generally, a good antagonist, a well-written antagonist is simply going to hold a different view. And they're going to be viewed as evil by the protagonists, generally, whether it's stated or not. You know, there's always the conflict of good versus evil. But a good big bad should believe that what they're doing is right. And that's usually what keeps motivation up, is this belief that what you're doing is the correct thing. If you fully admit that you are evil, and what you are doing is bad and wrong, what is your motivation for doing it other than just to be chaotic? Admits he's evil and is doing evil in order to create a perfect world. He understands that he won't be able to inhabit this world because of the things he's doing, but the work needs to be done. So hold on. Is that admitting that he's just him admitting that he's straight up evil, or is that him admitting that he understands that other people view him as evil? We absolutely can, Geo, if you want to break out module antagonists. But generally, we can just talk about any antagonists from anything, really. Any writing, any movies, any TV shows, anything like that. He knows his actions are seen as evil in his society, which is probably the closest you can get. He's simply acting for his own pleasure. Yeah. TTRPGs do not follow logic of natural story progression. No, they don't. But then again, I mean, I think what's actually stopping that? And actually, I'd need to know what you believe the logic of natural story progression is, Geo. Because once you start talking larger storytelling, you feel the alignment chart gets thrown out because it's impossible to pigeonhole one person. And again, I kind of got pulled away from what I was saying originally. When I bring up this chart, The only thing that I want us to look at as far as how this goes is our real world perceptions of what good and evil are. Okay? Because everybody has this idea of what is good and what is evil. Hopefully, none of you are going to be super trolly, but generally, murdering somebody out in the street is going to be considered probably evil, right? So if we have an antagonist that's murdering people out in the middle of the street, they're probably going to fall under evil. Versus people that are, you know, versus a character who's actively working to help the general populace, they're probably going to be listed under good. I know that I think it was Scythro said earlier something about differentiating between selfish acts and selfless acts. Basically, I think I'm paraphrasing, or I know I'm paraphrasing. And hello, True Blue, welcome. But we all, in our real lives, have an idea of what good and evil is. That's the only thing that I want us to use as our guide. I'm not going to go around saying these kind of acts are evil, these kind of acts are good. I'm going to be going around saying my opinion is this is what this is. Top of the typical time zone, do you? I like that. So it really, I want your guys' opinions. And then we can kind of like narrow it down to one of the 9. Obviously, if we really wanted to, we could break the 9 up into 25 and get spaces in between. So you could have, you know, slightly lawful good between lawful good and neutral good, and then slightly chaotic good versus neutral good and chaotic good. And the same with these. Because obviously they're not categories, it's a spectrum, right? It's an entire spectrum. You're very much a libertarian. Do what you want as long as you're not hurting anyone or risking getting sent to jail. That's... Sure. So by that logic, and of course I'm gonna pick and or I'm gonna completely pick at that statement, but if you're not hurting anyone or risking getting sent to jail, there's the thing. What in your mind actually risks getting sent to jail? Is that just breaking the law? Because then in that case, you know, it's completely dependent on what the law is. Don't hurt people and don't break the law. Okay. Well, the law is there for a reason. A lot of laws are there for... I have no idea what that is, Meatball. But a lot of laws are there just to control people, but... and that's as much as I'll say on that, but... You're arguing for don't be a dickhead. Sure. Don't be a dickhead is far more different than obey every law. I mean, technically, under that, and I'll say this on stream, I won't admit to what I've done, but I will say this. I've gone against your belief, Blue, a lot, almost every day. Since I was aware enough to know that I was going against the law and breaking laws. I've broken the law almost every single day. How's the vibes and also dang political talk for hey dopamine, welcome. It's less political talk and more what are your views on good versus evil. But this is good because I want you guys to have this stuff in mind. Okay, I want you guys to keep this stuff in mind. I want what you guys believe to be good and what you guys believe to be evil and neutral and lawful and chaotic. I want all of this fresh in your minds because I want to know what you guys think are motivations that would fall under these 9 categories. And obviously, again, I'm not expanding it to the full 25. I'm not going to create an entire spectrum. We're just going to use the 9-box grid. But I want to know what motivations you guys would see as lawful good. In your own lives, what motivations would you see as lawful good? In the real world, what motivations would you see as chaotic evil? And this doesn't have to be super specific, like, oh, there's a ancient wizard and they're trying to raise the demon lord. I blanked on all demon lord names, but they're trying to raise a demon lord out of a volcano using sacrificial magics. No, you don't have to go that specific. You do not have to go that specific. Grazed. Yeah, that works too. You have your own moral compass, and you reserve the right to be unhappy about other people's decisions, but that doesn't mean you're going to be an ass to them. Well, that's good. I've known a lot of libertarians in the past, and they're all assholes to everybody. In fact, the ones that I was closest to were extremely racist against their own race. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. They are mixed race white Mexican, and they were extremely racist towards the other Mexicans that lived near them. But we all have this idea of what we think is good and evil. Wouldn't general betterment of humanity be considered lawful good? But then what about someone like Musk and their methods for getting towards their goal? Generally speaking, even though the goal is lawful good, wouldn't the method of lawful evil be wouldn't the method be lawful evil to an extent? It's a good question. That's a good question. So, actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's look at Elon Musk. Since Geo brought old Muskie up, if any of you are Elon Musk bros or fangirls or whatever you want to call yourselves, you're not gonna like what I'm gonna say. Because you should always be critical of those who have a larger voice, I guess. Do we have to? He looks gross. He's literally a PlayStation 1 character. Elon Musk, when he was on God's great surgery table in the sky, modeled after a male version of Lara Croft. Like OG. Yep. I've seen the corners on his body. So, first of all, Also, I'm not entirely sure what the point is you're trying to make, Blue. But let's see. Let's talk about Musk. So yes, he's hoarding wealth, running factories to exploit the worker to lead to the better tomorrow. But there's the thing. What his actual goals are, does he actually have any real goals? Does he have any real goals that are specifically to better humanity? I don't believe so. I don't believe so, because although it's not incredibly in depth, I do know old Muskie's history, space or something like that. He got a goal to go to Mars, I guess. Sure. Have you also heard that his idea for colonizing Mars is to basically enslave all the people that are there and make them work off their debt for getting them there? That doesn't sound very nice. That doesn't sound very good, especially when more often than not, he's really only in it for the money. Everything he does is for the money. He tried to, or is trying to, fuck over Twitter for the money. He has had a horrible history with the SEC, and when a lawyer from the SEC went and got a job with a law firm that Tesla uses, this guy wasn't even working on any Tesla cases. He just went to work for the law firm that Tesla uses. Elon Musk specifically told this law firm that they needed to fire that guy, or he would fire that entire law firm from working with Tesla. Twitter blocked him after rumors of monopoly and the board having issues with him taking over. Yeah. Hey, G-Bro, welcome. Anyway, we're talking about old Muskie, who grew up with, emeralds in his pockets because his daddy owned an emerald mine in South Africa. All of his wealth, all of his starting wealth was essentially blood money. And then on top of that, Elon Musk has not invented anything. He has not created anything. The only thing that Elon Musk has done is he has taken other people's ideas, bought them when they were finished, and then put his name on it and said, I made this. Elon Musk is a piece of shit. You would not see Musk as lawful? No, he absolutely is not lawful. He is not lawful. Is he evil? It depends on your... Elon is a crook? I know. Mind-blowing stuff, right? Elon Musk is closer to one of the undead sorcerer kings from... Sure. Yeah, what was Elon's first thing? Wasn't it PayPal? I think Elon Musk had an association with PayPal. I think he was a co-owner or something. And that was the beginning of his big rise to fame. But he didn't actually create any of it. He didn't make it. I can't remember the actual guy, or I can't remember the guy's name, but the actual creator of PayPal pretty much just got bought out. Isn't lawful having a set of rules and following them? Absolutely is. Absolutely is. For right now, and I guess we can just put down his name before we really try to pick at what his motivation might be, but Blue, you would call Elon Musk chaotic for sure because he's acting according to his own compass. Sure. He's also sexually harassing people. He really does. He does what he wants. And again, we're looking at good versus evil, lawful versus chaotic, based on our own perceptions of society and what we believe would be this. So all of us are going to give different answers. All of us are going to give different answers. If we're talking about Elon Musk, I honestly do not believe that he is anywhere near lawful. If anything, at the best, he's probably neutral because he's really only looking out for himself. Chaotic might be tipping that way. But the chaotic part, I believe my view of chaos, or my view of somebody that's chaotic, they do stuff just for the sake of doing it, right? Like an arsonist, a pyromaniac arsonist, I would consider to be chaotic because they light fires for the sake of creating fire. There's nothing else to that. There is no benefit for them besides, you know, a huge dopamine release. It's that's it. You wouldn't put him into chaotic due to having to follow laws that others have set for him and trying to work around them. Yeah. I'd probably say old Musk is neutral. Is he evil? Is he evil, or is he more true neutral? I would probably say...
Hello there.
Hello, motherfucker.
Derpamine, thank you for the follow. I would probably say that for me, for my own belief would be that Elon Musk is evil. And again, this isn't just 9 categories, it's a whole spectrum, but I'm gonna label him as neutral evil because his actions typically are just for him. He does everything for the money, right? I would consider him evil because he exploits people and he puts people in positions that are not only uncomfortable, but can also be harmful for them. Thing is, he does not follow the law. He is above the law in many cases by being insanely rich. Yeah, that's a fair point. Derpamine, you have a rule to accept all challenges, but if those challenges affect other people in a negative way, then it's chaotic. Okay. So maybe he's true neutral in your mind because he's looking out for himself in a predictable way. If the predictable way is exploiting people, if the predictable way is sexually harassing people, I don't know. You'd say he might be chaotic neutral? I could see that. He does things for himself in a way that hurts other people. So the hurting the other people doesn't make him evil, though. Again, there's the thing. Like, if you were to think of a true neutral character, an absolute true neutral character, they're literally somebody who is just out for themselves. These true neutral people are probably the ones who actually go out into the forest, they build a cabin, and they avoid everything at all costs because they just want to live for themselves, by themselves. They don't really care about contributing to society. They don't want to take from society. They just want to be by themselves, right? But then tipping from that point into chaotic versus evil, is he truly chaotic? Or is he more evil? These two I think can be pretty closely related. I mean, shit, they share a corner. But It's a tough question. Tough question. He's evil for... Scythro thinks he's evil for sure. By nature of being a billionaire capitalist, can't get there without exploiting others to an incredible degree. That's a good point. That's a good point. Blue, it's hard for you to say because you don't pay much attention to things like this, so you're just going based on what you know. That's... okay. That's a fair point, because obviously not everybody is going to be keeping up on everybody else, and we're circling the drain of technicalities right now. Yes, but eventually we have to go down the drain, Gio. How about this? What if we expand it to billionaires in general? Obviously, we're going to throw out both ends of the bell curve. We're going to throw out the super generous ones that have donated all of their money. We're going to throw out the ones who are literally, like, raping children in the streets. We're going to look at billionaires in general. You think the drain is clogged? No lie. We're going to drill a hole then. Why did we pick a real-life person for this? Someone who is inherently multifaceted and can't be described by 2 letters on a chart, instead of a fictional character that was written to have an archetype or character arc. Because it was a good first step. Whether you think so or not, it was a good first step because it helps get everybody into the mindset that I want everybody in. I want everybody considering what they actually think is good and what's evil, what's lawful and chaotic. And honestly, using a real person is great for that. Because generally, especially somebody well-known like Elon Musk, generally people have opinions on them. So I want everybody to get their opinions out right now. The alignment chart may not be the best tool to do this with, especially with everyone's differing opinions. Again, I know. And I could, if I really wanted to, I could break this up into 25 squares so we have the space between each one. Or I could make this an entire field and use the spectrum thing. But I'm not gonna, because then it's way too in-depth. We are gonna simplify it into this, because if we don't, we're gonna go even farther off the rails. How about selfless, selfish, and strong, weak moral compass? No, I'm gonna stay firm on this one. Because when we start thinking about fictional characters, and especially BBEGs that we're going to create for our various games, or BBEGs that we've had in games that we've played, I want to know not necessarily who they were, but I want to know what their motivations were, and I want to know, or what their motivations are going to be, and I want to know where you guys would place those different motivations on this chart. So no, like Scyther, and I'm not saying that your idea is bad. That's your interpretation of the chart, at least, and no, that's good. Selfless versus selfish, strong, weak, moral compass, that's perfect. That's how you view the good, evil, lawful, chaotic. And that's great. And I want you to, if that's how you like to do it, then I want you to do it that way. But not everybody is ever going to agree on how to interpret this chart. There's part of the trouble. But because everybody has their own interpretations of this chart, it should help us get a general idea of where people fall on these different things. Yeah. Sorry, I know that I can come off as a dick sometimes. But sometimes you gotta stay firm on certain things. And unfortunately, as messy as this one is, I gotta stay firm on this one, because if I don't, it's gonna get even messier. What fictional character could we use that we all know, though, because you are only slightly kept up with real peeps? That's okay. That's okay. So, actually, I'm gonna put down, just because it seems like this is where people fall. Okay. And we're kind of Godzilla, multifaceted and a long history. Godzilla is a brilliant example. However, if I'm remembering correctly, Godzilla has changed. What is CD? Chaotic dumbass. Chaotic neutral is often also known as chaotic dumbass, because that's usually the alignment that players pick so they can just do whatever they want. Derp, you'd shove him in not lawful neutral? But Musk doesn't pay taxes. That's illegal. True neutral for you because he's just following his nature. No. I'm gonna say this, Gio. I'm gonna say this. Just because he's following his nature, if you can throw that at literally any character and say they're true neutral because they're just following their nature. No malice, just a gaunt fire-breathing lizard. Okay. 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 We're gonna throw Elon out the window. We're gonna throw Elon out the window. Let's talk about a giant, and I realize it's giant, not gaunt. Let's talk about a giant fire-breathing lizard sitting on a pile of gold. This one everybody should know. You're arguing OG 54 version, not the American 2014 or the Heisei or okay. True neutral should be reserved for animals and other acts of nature. I agree with that, Meatball. I agree. I know others might not, and if you don't agree, feel free to say so. But I agree with you. How about this? Let's talk about a giant fire-breathing lizard sitting on a pile of gold that pretty much everybody should know. Okay? Let's talk about Smaug. Smaug. I like Smaug because it doesn't sound stupid. Let's talk about Smaug from The Hobbit. We all know The Hobbit. If anybody here doesn't know The Hobbit, you're gonna be in for like a lesson. But we all should know The Hobbit. They made 3 movies based on 1 book. That's probably my only complaint. Although I will say, and I'm probably one of the few, I enjoyed the Hobbit trilogy. Not as much as the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but I enjoyed it. I don't think they should have made 3 movies out of 1 book. I don't understand why they included a love story that wasn't there originally. Only saw the first and didn't care after that. It wasn't too bad. I liked how they did Mirkwood. I liked the Battle of 5 Armies. I liked Lake Town and the destruction of. Still a solid book. Andy Serkis does a great audiobook version. Oh, God. I didn't know he did an audiobook version, although I'm not entirely surprised. But yes, let's talk about Smaug. Dopamine, all you know about Smaug is he's a typical dragon. Okay. Because at the time when it came out, you were with your religious grandmother who didn't let you watch it. Same for Star Wars and Harry Potter. Okay, well, dopamine. That's fair. Smaug is so extra, he just goes out of his way to hurt people for his own amusement. Did he, though? Did he, though? So let's talk about that. And I'm gonna say only facts. Okay? I'm gonna say only facts. And if I get any of my facts wrong, Geo will correct me. It's been like last time I actually read The Hobbit fully from beginning to end was middle school. So you'll have to forgive me if I mix anything up, but don't know if he was mentioned in the Sill. You're looking it up now. Okay. I don't think he was. Or I wouldn't imagine that he was, because wasn't Smaug was like, if I remember correctly, Smaug was still small compared to other dragons. Smaug was almost nothing compared to other dragons. The dragons up north. Anyway, Smaug. There's a mountain. It's called Lonely Mountain. Home of a dwarven kingdom. Smaug, being a dragon and lusting for gold and riches, invades the dwarven kingdom, kills a lot of them, drives the rest out, and takes all of the gold for himself to sit and sleep on for decades. During those decades, no, but he was written to be immortal in early publishings, but given an age of like 5,000 later printings. That makes sense. During those decades, I think at the beginning he raided the city outside of the mountain. But I think that was just the beginning, because once the city was empty, once the kingdom under the mountain was empty, Smaug stayed there and laid there, and he slept for decades on the gold. Did nothing with it, literally only wanted to have the gold. That was until Bilbo and the dwarves came by and ended up waking up Smaug, and then we have the story of Bilbo talking to Smaug while wearing the one ring hidden, and, you know. That's where we get the story of the Barrel Rider from Underhill. How versed am I in Norse myths? Not as versed as I would like to be. But then after the dragon woke up, he was pissed, and he went on to slaughter the people of Lake Town. In The Hobbit, Smaug's motivation for all of it was simple greed. Because Smaug is basically a version of Fafnir and the dragon from Beowulf. Okay. That makes sense, considering Tolkien was a fucking nerd. But anyway, basic rundown of everything that happened. Basic facts, right? He considered those two the only true dragons in myth. Fair. So, basic facts right there. So, you have a dragon who comes in, slaughters an entire people in order to take all of their wealth for himself. Not to spend it, not to redistribute it, it was not a Robin Hood story. This was a dragon that saw a bunch of somebody's wealth and said, I want that, and took it. I'm not gonna go into assuming what the dragon was thinking. Tolkien was a fucking nerd. He was. Dude wrote a language and then was like, you know what? I need to write a book to put my language in. That's a fucking nerd. Being a nerd's not bad, but Tolkien was a nerd. Yeah, he wrote like 3 languages. Yeah, he wrote a language. Didn't he come up with the Elvish language first? I think that's what he did. He came up with the Elvish language first and then was like, I need to put this in a book. And yeah. Anyway, Smaug. Dragon. Killed lots of people, stole their wealth to sleep on it. To sleep on it. When somebody came by to take one piece of the wealth, it upset him enough to go on a rampage and start killing people. There's other parts to it. There are other parts to it because that's not just who Smaug was, but you wouldn't put him as chaotic. You're stating that now. Interesting. Why would you not put him as chaotic? Because just by that, I would put him as chaotic. Meatball says neutral evil. Neutral evil I could see too. There's the thing, like the neutral evil, chaotic neutral thing. These two can be so close. These two are a lot closer than what they actually look like. Because it's that overlap of like neutral. It's that weird overlap of neutral right here. I think it kind of happens right here too. Actually on all 4 points around neutral. But again, we're not looking at it as a spectrum. Hey, Dogness, what's the prep today? We're talking BBEGs / antagonists and their motivations. To what degree are Smaug's actions just what dragons do? It's a good question, Scythro. Okay, Geo, you wouldn't put him as chaotic because he doesn't do things for the hell of it. He has motivation through greed. That's fair. That's fair. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. At what point... I guess there's a question. At what point is letting your base animal instincts take over and you succumbing to, I guess, the 7 deadly sins, chaotic? Neutral evil to you embodies the philosophy of might makes right. I'm capable of taking these things and no one can stop me, so I will. Fair. Hey, Derpamine, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Chaos leads to lack of motivation for you if you have motivation beyond sowing chaos. You feel that chaotic is true. Smaug is too intelligent to be going through animal instincts. But, here's the part that I didn't include. Smaug was insane. Intelligence goes out the window as soon as you start losing your sanity. In the book, oh no, I can't remember what it was called. I can't remember what the sickness is called, but Smaug had that, like, he had the dragon sickness. He had the sickness, he had the mental illness that comes with hoarding a ton. Yeah, dragon sickness, dragon madness. He had that madness. So Smaug may have been intelligent, but Smaug was also losing bits of his sanity. Oh, and Dognus, since you asked, 15-second rundown of the BBEG. We're not creating one specifically. I actually want to hear about various BBEGs that you guys have encountered, various BBEGs that you've created, or even stuff that you've read about, watched in movies, things like that. And I want to know where you would put them on this chart, and I want to know what their motivations were, because their motivations is what gives them their alignment. Was getting the sickness his fault? That's a good question. How much would you hate me if I said yes and no? How much would you hate me if I said yes and no? Because obviously, if he didn't take all the gold, if he didn't, you know, kick the dwarves out and take possession of all the gold, he wouldn't get the sickness, right? But then again, maybe dragons inherently have the sickness. A lot. Take a stance. Maybe dragons inherently have the sickness, so I don't know. Hi, Roxy. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Dognus, you think there's small amounts of lead in the treasure and dragons' heat causes them to breathe in the fumes? Just came up with that, but you stand by it. I mean, maybe. But then it doesn't explain how, like, Thorin ends up getting the sickness. Well, no, it does. Sorry, because I guess the heat's still there. But who was it? Thorin's grandfather had the sickness too? Most places list him as the living embodiment of dragon sickness that you can find, not necessarily having it and infecting the gold with it. Right. Right. Like the dragon sickness isn't something that's passed on. It's like a weird magical side effect of having too much wealth. Blue, you've been trying to make a BBEG for ages and you can't figure it out. Well, hopefully this doesn't confuse you even more. Yes, because you gain the dragon sickness by being greedy. That's how Thror got it. Did pre-sickness Smaug consider having the sickness bad? Did he willingly get himself into a situation where he knew he would get it? Good question. Good question. And that's something that we'll never actually have any confirmation on, I don't think. Because Geo's looking stuff up on Smaug, trying to figure out as much information as he can. Maybe Smaug knew about dragon sickness and didn't care? Or maybe it's not something that's known among dragons. Maybe it's just, that's just how they are. Maybe that's just how they are, and they understand that that's part of having that much wealth, is you are just like that. Thought I didn't believe in the alignment? I don't. Not for player characters. But for this, the alignment chart is unfortunately kind of useful and important. So Smog. Smog, let's see. The dragon from The Hobbit. Slaughtered people. Took their wealth. Hoarded it. Maybe that was just his nature. Maybe that was just in his nature. Hi! Knight proficiency. Welcome, welcome. Most scholars consider him less of a monster and more of a villain, implying he's still intelligent, even with the dragon sickness. Are you implying that a villain can't, or a villain has to be intelligent? I guess you do have to be intelligent to be able to act with malice. The gold becomes infected. Perhaps the dragon sickness was the human dwarven way of explaining dragon nature, since they were judging dragons by their moral framework. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, so Roxy says Smog is chaotic evil. I've heard chaotic evil, I've heard chaotic neutral, I've heard true neutral, and I've heard neutral evil. Just going off what scholars say, but villain versus antagonist implies different connotations, as they are not used interchangeably. No, that's fair, because an antagonist doesn't necessarily have to be acting with full malice. I don't know. Antagonist is, it really is the better word, right? Your villain is always going to be evil. But your antagonist doesn't necessarily have to be evil, and I think that's where we start hitting a lot of the gray areas. Villains, yes, intelligent. Simple antagonists, no intelligence needed. Fine line. Interesting. Smog is somewhere bottom right corner. Apparently. Okay, so let's see, because I don't want to spend too much time specifically on Smog, but from everything that we know, I want to know just a quick answer from as many of you that actually feel like answering. Where on this chart would you put Smog? If you had to pick one box, which box would you put Smog in? Roxy says chaotic evil. Geo says neutral evil. Okay. Knight proficiency says neutral evil. When you're making a big bad for a game, do you actually consider their alignment? No, I don't. Meatball says neutral evil. But there's a whole reason why we're using this alignment. Neutral evil or chaotic evil? Okay. Neutral evil. Okay. So I think the general consensus is going to be neutral evil. And you know what? I can agree with that. Geo uses the ideals, flaws, and bonds thing, makes for a more fleshed out person. Okay. Chaotic evil because more people said neutral evil. Yeah, of course, Dogness. You thought this was an exercise on the public's generalized perception of the BBEG. It is. But I'm not gonna type in Smog here. I'm not gonna type Smog in. I'm not gonna type Smog under neutral evil. What I'm gonna type in is Smog's motivation. Because we're not generalizing, or we're not categorizing bad guys. We're categorizing their motivations. So, Smog's motivation, I would say, and it was mentioned, greed, And I'm gonna say minor insanity. I apologize if people start having trouble reading some of this. You just make a character and set them against the players? Sure. But is that just a when you make a didn't enjoy killing others? I mean, Smog did enjoy killing people. Dogness. Yeah, I'd do, didn't you? You're just thinking about Anubis saying that we would put big bads we've made and put them on the chart and their motivations. You've never thought about a big bad's classical alignment before. So, and again, this is mostly to help, I guess, pick out better bad guys. How to create better bad guys. Because not all of your big bads should be out to destroy the world, because what's the actual purpose of destroying the world? In fact, let's talk about bad guys whose motivation is literally just to destroy the world. They want to destroy the world because it's fun. Wasn't it because of superiority complex, aka pride? Yes. Yes, but that wasn't the entire... That's a good point, Roxy. Pride's going to be a hard one to categorize, though, because I think a lot of our antagonists and even protagonists succumb to pride. That's probably something that you could throw in everywhere. How people think of the big bad is an important part of their development, at least in your mind it is. Pride is all of them at once. Yeah, it really is. So, okay, let's talk about the big bads that straight up just want to destroy the world because they're mad at it, I guess. These are going to be your school shooters. These are going to be your bombers. These are going to be your, you know, the red mages from Tyranny of Dragons. Yeah. I really didn't like I really didn't like what module was it? What module was it? Or what books were they? Not exactly the same thing, but not exactly the same thing. And there's a lot more that goes deeper into it, but I played through Horde of the Dragon Queen and Rise of Tiamat. There's a lot of shit wrong with those books for multiple reasons. And they're just not written well. But The thing that really stuck out to me was like, there wasn't a whole lot of motivation beyond, we want to bring Tiamat back. It's just kind of eh. I'm a lazy fart wizard, thanks. Roxy, you just got MHA 3 and 4. Oh, nice. Hey, lurk away, Roxy. Did I watch Castlevania show on Netflix? No, I haven't. Not yet, anyway. Great example of a big bad who wants to destroy the world. It's not because he thinks it'll be fun. It's because he's been hurt and broken. That works too. That works too. Again, it's like it's your school shooters. It's the people that actually feel like they've been wronged. And that's why they do it. I guess it's revenge, right? Dracula is a great villain because he's at least somewhat sympathetic. And there's another thing. Then we're getting into like character bits and stuff like that, and that's gonna definitely help skew things various ways. But generally, I just want to look at motivations. Chaotic evil is simply killing or destroying anything for enjoyment or revenge without prejudice. Freddy Krueger, the Joker, Gore the God Butcher, Valak from The Conjuring, Carnage, yeah, all chaotic evil. Yeah, that's fair. So, and I think, whoops. I think all of us could kind of agree with that. There we go. Stupid. So let's see. Destruction for the sake of it. Something like that. You should be. You don't think a TTRPG antagonist needs to be sympathetic? Why not? You don't think they need an like monologue to tell their plans and pains? I don't know. Geo, are you saying that you don't run your games like a book, like you would write a book? But rather than you writing the part of your players write those parts instead? Major insanity as well. Maybe. I need to look back over the minor insanity thing. Evil, motivated, and with an obvious reason to hate them. Yeah? That's a fair point, Meatball. But yeah, why wouldn't you make a why wouldn't you include an antagonist in your game that makes your players question whether they should actually be trying to defeat them or not? Not every antagonist needs to do that, but yes and no. Sympathies don't always work. Sometimes you need someone to hate and not feel bad for. Sure, absolutely. And I think that falls on the players. Because I know that when I've played before, my friend DM'd, and he tried to set up a bad guy that was gonna monologue. And the bad guy was he set it all up to let the bad guy monologue and start talking about all this shit, and he was going for it. It falls on the players in this way, Meatball. It falls on the players on whether or not they're willing to listen, right? And I know a lot of people might see that as like wasted time, wasted effort. It's like, oh, well, I wrote this whole huge entire thing. I see it more as like it's a sign of who the player's character is, or who the players want their character to be. I think antagonists or big bads that are there literally only to challenge the player in combat, they're flat, they're two-dimensional, they're boring. Your BBEGs should have more to them. But that's stuff that goes beyond what, you know, my goal is here today. By having sympathies, you think it takes away from the tone that you establish as a heroic fantasy game that is D&D. Natural progression and the improvised nature makes prosaic writing not as effective as it. I think you're limiting yourself to what your D&D games can be then. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me, but I don't see D&D as needing to be just a game, because if it's just a game, then what's the point of doing the role playing? What's the point of, you know, doing anything other than the numbers and the wargaming on the table? What's the point beyond that? And I know that's actually technically more like what D&D was originally intended to be. We need Catgirl City. No. I know that's how it was. I know that's what the original intention was. But what's the point? Scythro, the most fun you've had in D&D was when one party member's warlock patron was the other's antagonist, but you need the right people to pull that off. No, you absolutely do. Because it's fun, I don't get that point. No. You're right. You're right, Meatball. You're right. It is fun. Sorry, Trash. But no, you're right. It is fun. But that's not the game that everybody wants to play. Right? Some people do want something that's more story based, and they want to feel like their actions have a larger impact. And generally, your larger impact doesn't just come from, oh, I killed the big thing that was doing the bad stuff. Your larger impact comes from actually working out puzzles, both physical and in the dungeon, but also all those social puzzles, the interactions. Blue, you often struggle with monologues because they go on for so long. You not only want to hear it, but you want to respect that the GM wrote it and listen to the super cool monologue. Yeah, and that's, would your character listen? You don't want to interrupt, but yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. So I had my friend DM. It was like one of the first games I ever played in, and I know you never let the bad guy monologue, because if the bad guy's monologuing, they're probably setting something up. They're probably setting something up. So we didn't let the bad guy monologue, and we shot him with an arrow. like five words into his monologue. We shot him and started combat. But I don't know. There's certain things like, would you ever put your players at a dinner table with your bad guy? I guess it's one of those things. Is it one of those things where your bad guy is going to be persistent throughout the campaign, persistent throughout the story, constantly interacting with the players, and the players are just like, well, this motherfucker's a real pain in our ass, but there's not a whole lot we can do about it right now? Or do you keep your BBEGs completely separate from the players and leave them as an end goal? You think it's because, Geo, you think it's because you treat the players as more of what is important than the villain? It's their journey, and having the villain be something that takes away from what you feel is their story. You don't want it to be the villain's story because you could just write a book for that. And sympathy, you think, brings the villain's story more to the forefront than the player's story. You also treat your campaigns more of a more of a TV show than a book or movie. Why wouldn't you weave your bad guy's backstory in with your players' backstories to create an even larger connection? Because you're right, if their story is something that the players are absolutely going to have no interest in and not care about at all, well, as soon as the bad guy starts monologuing, they're going to get an arrow to the face. You do doesn't mean they have sympathy for them. Well, sympathy comes from, I guess, how well it's written, right? Which it can be very hard. It can be very hard. And I think it requires really, really, really knowing your players and how they want to play their characters to be able to play off of that. Maybe it's easier for certain people if they're used to, I guess, manipulating others. Do you want sympathy for the man who burned down your village? Depends on his motivation. Why did he burn down the village? Or are you saying it doesn't matter why he burned down the village? He burned down the village. Who cares if some necromancer wandered through town, killed everybody, then raised them all as undead, and then the BBEG walked through, saw all of this, and said, you know what, the only way to take care of this is to burn the entire fucking thing down. So he burns the entire thing down. There's now no evidence that the necromancer was ever there. You only see the bodies. And you know that the last person there was your BBEG. His motivation for doing something may have actually been more good. But if he's the only one that knows the true story, everybody's going to believe that he killed everyone in that village. And I think for the DM, that makes it more fun because then you have to sit there and go, okay, I'm not just playing a BBEG, because you are, as a DM, you're playing all of these characters that your players aren't. But you're not only playing a BBEG, you're playing a character that's being hunted by others. Scythro, having an antagonist be the ultimate evil or no character could sympathize with seems like it shoehorns the PCs into a specific moral compass. That's a fair point. You'd be worried to take away the player's agency of the character's ethical framework with this approach. Even with his motivation, would that matter? He killed your family and upended your life. You would feel no sympathy for him. Even if he has a reason that seems good, he ruined your life. If your players are playing characters that are very closed-minded and short-sighted, and I know that sounds negative. I don't intend for it to sound negative. But if your players are playing characters that are closed-minded and short-sighted, and they're not able or willing to grasp the entire full picture, then yes, I can see how their your antagonist's motivation doesn't matter. That's kind of your concern. You want them to feel like they have agency. One of your problems as a DM is that you write too novelistically and it takes away from the player's agency. I think it's the most unrealistic thing I've ever said. Elaborate, Meatball. Elaborate. But also, Geo, like, why... I feel like you're viewing your writing style for your game as a negative. When I don't think you should. I think you simply have to adapt it to the process, because you're right. Like writing novelistically is generally bad for your game, because then you're trying to force your players or your characters, the characters in your book, into certain decisions. But if you switch up your style and you write these characters with backstories, if you write backstories, you don't have to do a backstory for every little goblin that gets slaughtered on the beaches, but if you write, even, somewhat compelling backstories for your main characters, whether they're NPCs or the BBEG or whatever, you have that, and then I think it helps you plan out what they would actually do and how they would go about achieving their own goals. It may even help you figure out what their goal is. And I say that because we have goals, motivations here. But destroying the world isn't necessarily the goal. You're destroying the world to reach your goal. What is their goal? You're taking over an entire country, not to take over an entire country, but why? What do you need control of this entire country for? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to change? That's how your that's how your antagonists should be run, right? And I feel like that does drift into that novelist style of writing. And I wouldn't say that it's bad. It's just you have to go a little bit slower. You have to go a little bit slower because you're not the only one writing the book. Your players are also writing the book. So you have to account for your players writing their parts within the novel. Dogness, gotta love BBEGs who are trying to do the right thing. You're gonna have a BBEG release a plague because a lich is waiting for high populations to crash a meteor into each city to absorb tons of souls. Then you realize that's the plot to Eternals, kind of, and scrapped it all. Actually, that's also the plot to Final Fantasy VII, I believe. Plague would turn people into plant hybrids since they are a druid, and you kind of want to keep that, though. Honestly, that's fair. I played in another game where there was essentially this big virus going around, and it was taking over everything. that game was absolutely off the rails, but the character that I was ended up getting turned undead and basically into a lich. And then I got fed a bunch of information because of things that happened in the story. And I learned that the only things that don't get taken over by this virus, which took over plants, rocks, people, animals, all this shit, the only thing they didn't touch were undead. So in order to save the population and save other people, my goal was to turn everybody undead. They were still going to have their intelligence. They were still going to have their minds. They were just going to be dead. And it's a good one. It's not super well written, but it's a good one. It's making sure that you have a good, a quote unquote good reason to do the bad things. Usually makes better bad guys. And let's see, Meatball, you said you as a real person are put in this situation. Someone comes through your town, kills your wife and kids. You have this person at your mercy. You expect any of us to believe that there would be any justification that person would give you to make you think, yeah, I guess the murder of my family was justified. It 100% depends. Not everybody is going to react the exact same way. Not everybody is going to react the exact same way. And it completely depends on so many different factors, like how much information is being given, how much information was already learned. You know, what is the history of these characters, both the player's characters and the villains or the antagonists or whatever you want to call them. There's a lot more there than just, you've been labeled a bad guy. It is now my job to kill you. Of course, if you really want to fuck with your players, then you do run a game like that. And you go, hey, there's this bad guy, go kill them. Hey, there's this other bad guy, go kill them. And they go around killing all these bad guys, and it turns out that they're being ordered by the actual bad guy. And the bad guys weren't actually bad guys, but they were good guys. So now your players who thought they were good guys are now bad guys. Your stories, your character interactions between PCs and NPCs, antagonists versus protagonists, can be so much more. And I think it makes a better story to play at the table. My personal opinion, right there. There's a part of you in every character you create, sure. Ba-bum-bum. But yeah, you understand that there's a difference between fiction and reality, but plenty of people really get into their characters, sometimes using the game to move past some kind of trauma in their life. These emotions can be pretty real. Sometimes, yes. Sometimes. How often sometimes actually is up for debate. You would not prescribe your players the morality of a decision that would be the culmination of their character's arc. Fair. Blue, make a video about that kind of game and call it if oatmeal raisin cookies didn't give your players trust issues this That's the thing. Other people have played games like those, Blue. Other people have played games like those where the players thought they were the good guys, being directed around by the good guy. But the background stuff that the players don't know about is all the backstory that the DMs create for their bad guy. One, to make them look like the good guy, but then also, two, to make sure that their bad guy, their bad guy plans are being advanced. And they make sure that they have this motivation. Oh, you killed all these bad guys with so the BBEG is an enchantment wizard, and those were the failed heroes sent before you. Basically killed hundreds of heroes who had their minds twisted. Sure. I mean, that, or they're not enchanted, and they are heroes. But they see somebody coming at them to assault them, they're gonna defend themselves. I don't know about you guys. I hope your guys' players actually talk during combat. My players don't often. I'm trying to get them into it a little bit more by making sure that my bad guys are talking during combat, yelling shit, giving commands, stuff like that. Don't need enchantment if you can use good old manipulation. Exactly. You think the thing about sympathetic versus not is that it matters what kind of narrative you're creating. Fair. Fair. And I mean, it does matter. It does matter. Yours don't. They don't roleplay great except for 2. So most of the stuff you write goes unused. And I mean, I guess there's that thing. Knowing your players and knowing how they want to play their characters. If you don't have players that, or if you have players that don't roleplay well, or they try to avoid roleplay and they're really for the game, then none of this shit matters. None of this shit matters if your players don't want it or don't care about it. But if you have players that are more into roleplay, or you enjoy more roleplay stuff, this isn't necessarily stuff that you have to be using, but it's just more tools, stuff like that. 2 of them don't speak much during the game. You and Pepper are the only 2 hardcore role players at the table in your home game. I mean, and that's fine. My table's very, very similar. Where really the only 2 like role players at my table are me and my best friend. And it's just because the others aren't, even though we've all known each other forever, the others just, they either, one, just straight up doesn't have a whole lot of interest in it, but then others are just not quite comfortable with doing it. But it's also something that I've been pushing for and trying to push out of them. And I've found, at least with my table and my players, I've found that one-on-one stuff, even at the table with everybody there, if I plan for like a one-on-one thing for my players, it helps them open up a little bit more. I'm a huge fan of using dreams in my game for various things, for symbolic things, for passing down story related information, stuff like that. And I have a whole reason why I do it that way. But it's good because it allows for those one-on-one roleplay sessions in front of everybody else that helps get them out of their funk. And then you start pushing them into like, you know, 2-on-1 or, you know, 1-on-1, but it's between the other players and stuff like that. Helps. It has helped ease my players into it. But sometimes, like, I get it. Sometimes players just aren't receptive and players aren't comfortable with it. And then you move on to, you just kind of move on. You have to accept it and you just move on. A BBEG bard then, not using magic, just writing up lots of good propaganda, turning everybody against the party of villains. Absolutely, Dogness. That's a great one. Bards make fantastic BBEGs. Bards make amazing BBEGs because bards have that charisma. They have those abilities. They even have the spells to enchant and charm and do all of this other stuff. Bards are fantastic. We need more bard BBEGs. Blue, you're still trying to build up more confidence to roleplay by speaking as your character. So to make up for it, you try to go out of your way to roleplay your character's mannerisms and behavior. Good. You honestly think it'll be easier for you to roleplay now that you're not living at home and having to roleplay with your boomers fuck parents around. No, I feel that. I feel that 100%. Scythro, you feel like you'd have a hard time caring about roleplay if there are no moral dilemmas and difficult decisions involved. When all adversity is exclusively combat, why speak much? Dream. Yeah, no, that's a good point, and I feel the same way. I feel the same way. And I know not everybody does. I know not everybody does, and that's okay. That's okay. I'm not here to tell you guys, like, you're playing stuff wrong. Mostly I just want to give advice on stuff that maybe people want advice on, or, you know, my opinions on stuff that people might actually care about my opinions on. Dreams are so cliche and overused, but they just work so damn well. They really do, Scythro. They really do. It's been one of the main ways that I've communicated with my wife's Asimar Ranger, using that built-in lore from Volos about them having a guardian angel and all of this shit. I've been using that and trying to pass on information through visions and stuff like that. I never just straight up say, this is the information, here, take this and run with it. It's like, this is your dream, and it started out as like weird and convoluted, and then it's slowly clarified more and more as she's kind of drifted to one side, not realizing that she's drifting to the evil side. Geo, you guess you're just more against writing something that won't be used because you have super detailed stuff that never gets shown, so it just sits there because no one asks about it, so you're just stuck with a cast of characters that aren't there. So detailed motivation doesn't help because your group just dives head first. I feel that. I feel that. I feel that. Conflict is the C word all your writing should be built around. Absolutely. Oh my god, that's so important too. Make sure you guys have conflict. If you guys don't have conflict, what's the point? What is the story? A story about me going to the store and then I bought a loaf of bread and everything went perfectly smoothly and then I came home is an incredibly boring story. But if I tell a story about how I drove to the store and almost got hit by some jackass in their lifted, you know, F-350, and then I had to get stuck behind them all the way to the store, the entire time they're driving 5 under the speed limit, slamming on their brakes, literally trying to piss me off. I go to try to pass them. They cut me off. I'm looking around for a cop to see if there's anybody that might be able to get this asshole off the road. There's nobody around. They start giving me the finger for no goddamn reason, and I'm stuck behind them until I get to the store. Finally, I get to the store. They're gone. It's like, oh, that's great. I walk in, and oh shit, my favorite bread is gone. What the fuck? So I go and I look for another a substitute, but nothing's good. It's all gluten-free. This is gross. I don't want this. I go ask the clerk for some help, and they're like, oh, I'll go check in the back. But I know there's nothing in the back. I used to work at this store. They come back and go, oh, well, so I'm left, you know, shit out of luck. So instead I'm like, okay, well, instead of sandwiches, I'll have tacos. So I go grab some tortillas, take it up to the register. I finally go through the checkout, use my card. What do you know? It's fucking denied. So I have to, you know, sit there on the phone with my bank, so on and so forth. There's conflict. All of this stuff. It's not that important. It's not that interesting because it's literally a story about me having the worst shit luck going to the store. But conflict. There's always things happening. Matt Matt Colville has a video. If I can find it, I'll share it in the Discord. Matt Colville has a video about requiring conflict in your stories. And he very specifically uses World War I as an example. Because before World War I, everything wasn't just hunky-dory. There were so many different moving pieces trying to hold peace together and trying to make sure that everything didn't fall apart. There was a lot of conflict there. There was a lot of tension. There was a lot of shit going on, a lot of moving pieces. And then all of a sudden, one domino fell, and then 4 million others fell behind that. And the world fell into more conflict. There's always conflict. In a world full of peace, there's no reason for there to be heroes. Anyway. Let me see here. Whoop. Do I come into my campaigns with a theme in mind when writing? I have, yeah. Usually I do have something in mind. Whether it's an actual like quote unquote physical descriptive theme, or if it's a style of a game that I want to play, or I want to have my players play. I'll have something in mind. I'll have like a core idea that everything else in my campaign just kind of grows from. Blue, you still struggle though because you find that your DM is also not the best at roleplay. It's hard for you to get in the zone. Honestly, Blue, if you can get into the roleplay, you'll help others get into the roleplay. Meatball, when you start a campaign, your session 0 includes an interview with the players, so we end up building a theme at the table before the game starts. How far in advance do you do a session 0 then? Like, do you do session 0 1 week and then the next week is session 1 and you guys are playing? Look at any narrative, every scene has conflict in some way, shape, or form. Yup. Dogness, you got a Gith Paladin in your game, and between the god reaching into dreams and psychic connections, they get dreams monthly. Good. Geo, you shape your main narrative around a theme. That way you have a guiding light for what the overarching idea is. Like the next campaign is all about memories. Yeah, no, that works. That's good. Bum, 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 bum. You're finishing up on the first campaign, so you're still world building. Once you get to character creation, yes. Cool. Session 0 is maybe a month in advance. You have a lot of half worlds ready to go that can be built out to fit multiple themes. Fair enough. So once you decide on one, you just need a little bit of work to get it ready to go. Nice. Okay, cool. So, now that we've talked about all of that, and I think we have gone off the rails quite a bit. I want to know, coming back to this, I want to know what antagonist motivations you guys would see as being lawful good. I want to know if you guys were to include an antagonist in your game, or if you can think of an antagonist in anything. I want to know what their motivation would be that makes them lawful good. Redemption? Redemption. Redemption. Purging the heretics. Redemption through what means, Gio? What antagonist? What antagonist would have redemption as their motivation? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just having trouble. I'm having trouble trying to come up with something. But I guess it is mostly like it really is like any good aligned antagonist is mostly if your party is playing evil or if they've fallen into evil and they don't realize it. Scyther, you'd consider insanity a more good or at least neutral motivation as it's mostly based on avoidance of pain as opposed to pursuit of pleasure, as well as taking away a character's rational thinking ability. Interesting. Meatball, God, the entire Old Testament. You consider God to be good? Okay. Okay. So... redemption through penance. You know, but most people do. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Meatball. Honestly, a paladin trying to regain their oath would likely be a lawful good antagonist. Yeah, God considers God to be good. Generally, a good bad guy considers themselves to be good. For the greater good type villains. Fair. Redemption, penance. In the future, your great-grandchild will do great evil. You must die. Ooh, oh. That one's interesting. Oh, actually, Dogness, that's a good one. Where is my... Where's my notebook? Right here. I really need to put up the other shelves. I want to write that down. I want to write that down because I want to know, this is something that I want to discuss. Let's see. Cool. So, first thing. Skynet, the greatest good. Oh, God. To be honest, you think one's perception of God is entirely dependent on their understanding of the Bible. Their understanding of the Bible and also how they perceive mankind. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Blue. Greater good would feel more CG to you because they... Yeah, there's another thing. There's another thing, and I agree with Gio on this one. Doing something bad for the greater good does feel more chaotic good. Because of the divergence from lawful. Good antagonist may be a Robin Hood figure if your party is a bunch of cops upholding the status quo. Not lawful, though. No. So, At what point? Because being lawful, that one's pretty obvious. You obey the laws, right? But just because you don't obey the laws, does that mean that you're chaotic? Where's neutral? Where would you guys put Robin Hood on this? Would you put Robin Hood as chaotic good or neutral good? And people need to play more Robin Hoods in D&D. When people play rogues, all they want to play is assassin or soul knife. People need to play more thief rogues and be Robin Hood. Most dystopia that look like utopias are good for lawful good. Keep things orderly and safe even at the cost of freedom. So... oh, shit. What would that be? Like, I need to write some of these down. Somewhere between chaotic good and chaotic neutral. He never follows the law and sows chaos, but he has the good of those below him in mind. I mean, yeah. And I'm talking Disney Robin Hood. I'm talking Disney Robin Hood, not an hey, Flavor Blast. I'm talking Disney Robin Hood. I'm talking the more classic Robin Hood, steal from the rich, give to the needy, not murdering people, that kind of Robin Hood. Not the edgy, gritty Robin Hood movies that came out in the 2000s. Sethro makes a good point. A lawful good antagonist is going to involve a bad protagonist. Sure. Any property where the main characters are criminals and are running from the cops, fictional cops, not real world cops, those cops are the lawful good antagonists. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely they are. So, what, lawful good would also be just upholding the law? You would argue a utopia justifies the means type government is more lawful evil, as they follow the laws they set, but the laws are inherently part of the problem with society. Yeah. Robin Hood from Men in Tights? I would say Robin Hood in Men in Tights. Quite similar to Disney Robin Hood. Yes. And Meatball, I mentioned it before. Antagonists that are going to be lawful good, neutral good, chaotic good are typically only going to really be used in games where your players are playing evil characters or they're doing evil stuff, right? Typically. But the reason I want to create motivations for antagonists for every alignment is because the view of good and evil can be so different that sometimes you absolutely can throw an antagonist that believes that they are an antagonist that is lawful good at your players, even when your players are more lawful good. It depends on your created society's beliefs. But that's way deeper than I want to go right now. Way deeper than I want to go right now. Robin Hood is the archetypal CG protagonist. So, what would you say Robin Hood's motivation is? Like redistribution of wealth? Rish? No, not Rish. Rich. There we go. What about Thanos? You want to talk Thanos? Here, I'm actually making a list of antagonists, anti-heroes, stuff like that. I'll add Thanos to the list. And we'll go down the list. We'll go down the list. So yeah, Thanos is on the list. Let's see. Eat the Rich. Eat the Rich was always cool. Robin Hood said eat the rich before it was cool. No. Wait, how old is the story of Robin Hood? Because Thanos is antagonist and protagonist of the same movie. It absolutely depends on your view, doesn't it? Like 15th century? Okay. Okay, so yeah, I guess... Well, he didn't say eat the rich. That was... Okay, so older. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so let's go down this list, and I'm gonna add to the list as we go through, but I want to know, because these guys do have different motivations. Some of them I actually don't know. I don't know a lot of their motivations, so I'm gonna rely on you guys. I'm gonna rely on you guys, and you guys will have to explain it to me. But let's see. Systems are good for LG. Movies like Equilibrium or other Big Brother systems. Yeah, where people get sorted into specific lifestyles and stuff. Yes, absolutely. But like I said, upholding the law. Upholding the law isn't always good. The laws, a lot of the time, are just there to hold the people down. So if you are upholding the law in order to keep people down and keep people submissive, you're probably not a good person, but, I mean, it depends on where you are on the good-evil scale as far as society's views. Anyway, much deeper, much deeper. Generally, though, if you are lawful good, your motivation is going to be upholding the law. An angel purging corruption, but the definition of corruption might get looser over time. Yeah, another interesting antagonist to think might be the AI of I have no mouth and I must scream. Huh. I don't know about that one. That one's over my head. But okay, so I have a question for you guys. Because it didn't come up, but it did. It came up, but it did. It didn't. The for the greater good is what was mentioned. Killing somebody because they would become a greater evil, or they would give birth to a greater evil, or something. That's what I want to talk about. So let's say the super often talked about, the super common idea of time travel Where would you guys put the time traveler that goes back in time to kill Hitler on this chart? The greater good is pretty much in line with Robin Hood. There's a difference. There are many different greater goods, and this is why I have to specify. Like the redistribution of wealth from rich to poor, that is for the greater good. Generally, though, you're really the only things that you're doing is just baby Hitler or adult Hitler. You know what? Let's talk about both. But generally, like, there's a lot of different for the greater goods. We need to break those up. Just like I don't want to talk about revenge. I do not want to talk about revenge as a motivation, because how you go about the revenge is gonna be what determines this. You hate when connection very bad. I'm sorry, Trash. Those not the consequences of his actions. It could lead to something much worse happening. The greater good. Greater good is likely neutral good or chaotic good. Okay, so specifically, the motivation would not be for the greater good for the time traveler killing Hitler. Motivation would not be for the greater good. The motivation would be to stop a great evil. Adult Hitler, chaotic neutral. Baby Hitler, chaotic evil. Interesting. So greater good is likely neutral good or chaotic good. Soul Free Wolf, welcome. Under chaotic or not neutral good, lawful would want to keep the timeline structured, but a chaotic would blow it off completely, and neutral would think the good outweighs the bad. I love the way you said that. So we have neutral good, chaotic neutral, chaotic good, chaotic evil. Where the hell are we on this? So neutral good, chaotic good. Chaotic good. Chaotic neutral, chaotic evil. So it's this weird, like, the time traveler going back in time to kill Hitler is stupid. That's about it. Attributing World War II to Hitler alone was partially Ally war propaganda and partially Germans pretending their own Nazi past didn't exist. Sure. But that's not, it's not how do I put this? That's not what we're here to argue about. That's not what we're here to argue about. We're here to argue about whether or not the person doing that, not including, we're not talking about the effects of, we're not talking about what would happen if, we're talking the person that goes back in time to kill Hitler because they believe, doesn't matter what they believe. The person that goes back in time to kill Hitler, where do they fall on this list? With that motivation, the motivation to try to stop a great evil. And it doesn't have to be the time traveler for Hitler. It can be the person who had a vision of a monster that comes from, you know, the mixing of this guy and his wife. You know, their offspring becomes a monster. So he goes and kills the wife, or he kills the guy. It doesn't matter. It's all to stop a greater evil. Where do their motivations lie on this chart? You get that? It just rubs you the wrong way. No, you're okay, Scythro. You're okay. How many Hitlers do you have to kill? Meatball, you can go kill as many Hitlers as you want. And in fact, there's a big orange Hitler in the US if you want to go take that one out. Let's see. Chaotic good would be going back in time and mentoring Hitler to be better. Okay. Okay. Flavor Blast, I like that. He has the mustache, this is all we confirm. Does baby Hitler have a gun? Are you killing him in self-defense? No, you're simply killing him to prevent what he will become. Because there's another thing, like in the time traveler situation, you are the only thing that's interfering with the timeline. Your actions are the only thing that's going to change it. And the action that you're taking, or the action that the person is taking, is to end Hitler. There is no taking him out of the timeline into a different place. There is no raising him as your own. There is no giving him to an orphanage somewhere else where he'll be raised better. None of that. The character goes back in time and kills Hitler. Where does that fall on this chart? When their motivation is to stop a greater evil. What if the person killed Hitler and the future got... Nope, we're not talking about that. Soul-free, a chaotic neutral character might just do it for fun to see what happens. Chaotic? Yes. Neutral? Actually, maybe. I could see that. But we're not talking about if them doing it just to see what happens. Is the timeline linear? It doesn't matter. It does not matter. If you kill baby Hitler but also save either killer to the Nazis still win. Doesn't matter. That's not what we're talking about. If you kill Hitler and it's the same timeline, does that mean you were always dead? Doesn't matter. That's not what we're talking about. How do I get back to the time? Doesn't matter. That's not what we're talking about. Okay, aside through. Killing Hitler would probably change the timeline to a grid. Doesn't matter. So one would think... So they would think would be better without any confirmation would be chaotic good. Okay. Dogness, what if all you knew about the evil child is their religion? Do you try to genocide to prevent an evil lich that rules over a dark world for countless eons? What morality is that? That's a good question. Let me make you Star Trek to understand it. What did Hitler have for breakfast that morning? It doesn't matter. You guys are assholes. Okay, so I've seen a lot of chaotic. I've seen one like neutral answer, but so I think we're all leaning chaotic. If you're going back, or if you're doing something bad, you're doing something bad because murder is never okay, right? Murder is never okay. I would have much rather have seen Hitler or seen the videos of Hitler on trial, but murder is bad. Murder is bad. So it's far from lawful. But does the one murder that, without any other information, would stop the deaths of many others, is that enough to tip you out of being good into neutral territory? Or is one murder enough to make you evil? Chaotic good, there's no bounds or laws for what they are doing. They are doing something without rules, but ultimately for the greater good. What XP loot do you get for killing baby Hitler? A dirty diaper, Dogness. An arm braid. Extreme prejudice. That's plus 44 defense. Geo, stop. You need to stop. No, we can't. We're tipping very, very close to some Nazi jokes. we do not abide by that. You would also argue that fucking around with time is also inherently evil. Is it? One murder is not enough to make you evil. Okay. Because there's no way to know what the effects of your tampering will be. Right. But again, we're ignoring that. Because it goes so in depth. We have to. It's an SS tier. See, this is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about. You're done. You're sorry. Nazis don't drop loot. They're trash mobs, is what they are. Anyway. No, we're not gonna go super in depth on what the actual effects are, because there's no way of knowing what the effects are. But it's I guess it's the intention. Trash mobs still give XP though. Oh yeah, you get XP. $88 XP. All right, no more. No more. Anyway, depends on the DM and other evil acts the character has done. If they consistently perform actions that are evil, they can slide to evil as they slowly become desensitized to evil actions they perform. Okay, that's a good point, Soul Free. It is. It absolutely is. But we're not gonna look at the character's entire history. We're not gonna look at how things change, you know, how their actions change the timeline and all of that. I simply want to know what your guys' opinion is. The guy that goes back in time to kill Hitler, whose motivation is to prevent a greater evil. Where on this chart do they fall? Let's do it. Let's do it again. Just everybody just type out, not questions, not anything like that. I want to know where on this chart that motivation falls. Not the person, but the motivation. Yes, Dogness. Yes, we are. So Flavor Blast says chaotic neutral. Final answer. Love it. Geo says chaotic neutral. Anybody else? Anybody else? We do paintball at the end of the semester. Neutral good. Okay. Dogness says neutral good. Meatball says chaotic neutral. Jaron says lawful neutral. Lawful neutral? Okay. Chaotic good. Okay. Soul Free says chaotic good. Okay. So that's multiple for chaotic neutral. We got a bit of a leaning towards chaotic good. And neutral good. J-Ron in here with the wild lawful neutral. But I could see it. Okay. I may not agree with it. I may not agree with it, but I'm just gonna go with like average answers. averaged out answers. J-Ron cares not for our petty squabbles of morality. You cannot accept time travel as a lawful action. Fair. I mean, you don't have to justify your answer. I'm not gonna put my opinion up. Because honestly, this one's really confusing, and I'm not exactly sure where I fall on that one. But it looks like the average, the general consensus is chaotic neutral. I'm putting that one in just because I think it helps. Okay. Who here, raise your hands, kids. Who here knows stuff about RoboCop? Who here has watched the RoboCop movies? Who here knows about that shit? Meatball has. Geo vaguely. Yeah, I'm probably right there with you, Geo. I'm probably right there with you. Meatball's seen 1, 2, and 3, and the new one. Okay. A group of oracles working with the state to ensure criminals never even get to the point of the crime. Oh no, one of your party members got accused of murder by them. It's Fantasy Minority Report time. Yep, it is. Soulfree's seen them all. Dogness has seen them all. Cool. I've never seen any of the movies, or maybe I've caught like a bit of one of the movies. But I generally know, right? I generally know. But I ask for the professional opinions in chat. I want to know, for those of you that are more familiar with RoboCop than I am, what are RoboCop's motivations? Whoops, dropped my pencil. What are RoboCop's motivations? What keeps him going? What is it that drives him? Not makes, but drives him to do the things that he does. RoboCop, lawful good. Omnicorp, lawful evil. Okay. But I want to know what his motivations are. Programming, his family, and revenge. Cool. We're not talking about revenge. I'm gonna make sure we completely ignore revenge first, at least in the first movie. And you know what? We can focus on solely the first movie if you guys want, because that would probably make this easier too. That way we don't have to worry about like character development and shit like that across multiple movies. Serve the public trust, protect the innocent, uphold the law. Sure. Does RoboCop kill people? Does RoboCop kill people? RoboCop kills people. So he kills people in order to uphold the law, which means that this one might move. Or we're gonna get a second one. So he kills people in order to uphold the law and to protect the people. He's a cop, of course. He kills people. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna move on from that one. Meatball. Jesus. So his motivation is literally like Geo said, serve the public trust, protect the innocent, uphold the law. He is a cop, right? He does the cop stuff. I know. Anyway, he's a cop. He does the cop stuff. He kills people. He murders people, right? And I'm not getting into specifics about what the difference is between murder and manslaughter and all those other ones. He kills people. Fourth directive, any attempt to arrest a senior officer of OCP results in shutdown. Murder is part of his code of law. Sure, his. But I want to know what, not whether the laws in the movie say that he's lawful good. I want to know your real world interpretation of his motivations and I guess methods. Where did that place RoboCop on this list? Because generally, I believe that cops shouldn't be killing people. And a cop that kills people probably is not lawful good. They're probably more lawful neutral. And one that kills in cold blood is just straight up lawful evil, right? Because if they're using the law to be able to kill themselves or kill other people, not themselves, they should kill themselves. But no, if they're using the law and the law is protecting them, unfortunately, these same laws that I abide by generally, someone correct you, but you believe he never shoots first. But does he have to kill? Whether he shoots first or not is irrelevant. Does he have to kill? You agree in our universe, but in fantasy universes, you could see how it might be necessary. Self-defense matters. Sure. Okay. Neutral good, neutral. He's not able to make his own decisions for most of the movie, but he is only going after murderers / torturers. Okay. That raises a good question, actually, because there's more going on there, isn't there? If a robot is programmed to do evil, does that mean that the robot is evil? So actually, hold on. Wouldn't his motivations not be upholding the law, but his motivation really would just be programming or orders? Given orders, following orders. So neutral good / neutral. He's not able to make his own decisions for the most of the movie. You can see neutral good because ultimately a cop only wants to better the city they live in. Better it how? I know there are plenty of cops that believe bettering the city means eliminating an entire race from the city. His alignment changes. Lawful neutral when just following his directives. Neutral good, chaotic good when he realizes that the laws only serves a group of people and what they had done to him, but he still wants to do the right thing. The vast majority of the people that he kills in the movie are the people who sadistically blew pieces of his living body to pieces, then murdered him. Oh, okay. Okay. Does he soul free, because you mentioned him realizing the law only serves Omnicorp. What does he do? What does he do with Omnicorp? Flavor Blast, we generally have the means to capture and secure anyone, but if you have a mass murdering maniac that is continually breaking out of prison, look at you, Joker. Makes sense to have a death penalty, sure. He votes really hard in the midterms. He's built by Omnicorp. He tries to shut down their experiments. Okay, so he doesn't go about, like, killing them. He just tries to stop them. And since Flavor Blast brought it up, if you guys have midterms going on, go vote in your midterms. Lurk away, True Blue. We know how life be sometimes. He does kill one guy. Okay. Okay. I asked if he kills anybody, because if he does kill people, wouldn't that put him under the preventing a greater evil or stopping a greater evil through murder and make him chaotic neutral? But there's so much other stuff going on. What about bad guy who thinks they are doing good because they are lied to? What type of morality is that? When someone wants their wants revenge, but their memories were modified or similar. Actually, let me write that down. There. I got that written down, Dogness. We'll talk about that after Thanos. He kills the one guy who put a professional hit out on a business rival and funded terrorism. Okay. It's only a single action. It could affect it, but needs to be taken into context. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So let's see. Generally, and it sounds like he goes a little more, he does go more chaotic in the end, but generally, if you have RoboCop without the character development and you just have RoboCop, you have somebody who's following orders. Yeah, I guess somebody who's following orders without questioning. That's a tough question, actually. I don't like asking these questions. I don't like asking some of these questions because I know that they are all over the place. I'm literally asking, how do you align a soldier's motivation when their motivation is simply following orders? When they do what they're told regardless of what they're told to do. Where does their motivation fall on this chart? And that's a messy subject. Soulfree says lawful neutral, and I could see that because you're following orders. So naturally, you're doing what you're told you should do. That should fall under lawful, right? But then is it lawful good? Is it lawful evil? Are you more just neutral? Because if your orders are to sow chaos, does that make you chaotic? Or does it make you lawful because you're following orders to sow chaos? You agree with lawful neutral? You're not there to have a moral objection, only to follow the order. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, okay. Okay. So, beginning of the movie, would you guys say that RoboCop would be not lawful neutral? I guess that's really what I'm shooting for, is I want RoboCop without the without the character development. I want RoboCop in the beginning. I want to know. We've talked about his motivations. His motivations are literally just follow orders. Do what he is told to do. That is his motivation. Once he becomes RoboCop, yes. Flavor Blast would say lawful neutral. Yeah, if you guys throw your throw your opinions out. We'll do it again. Just say whatever, whichever one you think it would align with. So Flavor Blast says lawful neutral. Soul Free says lawful neutral. Meatball says lawful neutral / neutral. Okay. You also have never seen RoboCop, so maybe take yours at a lower priority. No, that's okay, because it's really going off of everything that we've talked about here, right? So if after everything that we've talked about, you're going, yeah, this sounds lawful neutral, then that is your opinion, and that's going to be weighted just as much as anybody else's. J-Ron chimed in before with lawful neutral for the Hitler killer. And funnily enough, I can see it. I can see how that would be lawful neutral. Of course, there's certain things that change how that goes, but you think it depends on what he's willing to do and his morals, but definitely lawful of some sort. Thank you for your input, Stoneless B. And welcome. Lawful good or lawful neutral? He really thought he was making a positive impact on his community. Did it for that reason. He was a good person. This was before he was modified. Yeah, sure, lawful neutral, but more in the northern half of it towards crossing into lawful good. Okay. 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 Nah, I was gonna move it, but nah, it's fine. Okay. All right. Marvel nerds. Folks. Let's talk Thanos. Let's talk Thanos's... Oh, fuck. Okay, we have to talk Thanos. Are we talking comic book Thanos? Or are we talking movie Thanos? Let's talk movie Thanos. We're not going to talk comic book Thanos. Let's talk movie Thanos. Because I think movie Thanos is... You want to talk specifically MCU Thanos. Okay, we're going to talk MCU Thanos. We're going to talk movie Thanos. We're going to talk Infinity War and... I forgot what the second one was. I really liked it too. You only know movie Thanos? Great. Endgame. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to talk Infinity War and Endgame Thanos. You wanted to talk about City at the Edge of Forever and killing Hitler again? No. No, we can talk about it in the Discord. Which, if you guys aren't part of the Discord, please feel free to join the Discord. We've got a whole section in the Discord specifically for D&D and other TTRPG stuff. Comic Thanos is a weird motivation. Where do you put crazy horny on morality? That's a good question, Darkness. Maybe we can tackle that afterwards. Honestly, I'd probably put that on like chaotic neutral, chaotic evil, because is comic. Oh man, comic Thanos might be chaotic dumbass. That might be it. I think comic Thanos is chaotic dumbass. But we're gonna talk about comic Thanos. We're gonna talk about Infinity War and Endgame Thanos. We're gonna talk about the Thanos that he's an eco-terrorist. Because he is. Thanos is an eco-terrorist. He's destroying people and planets in the or with the goal to create prosperity for those that remain, right? He's fighting against overpopulation, he's fighting against pollution, he's fighting against food shortages. MCU Thanos is an eco-terrorist. Maybe true neutral, perfectly balanced on the scales. Ah yes, perfectly balanced. As all things should be. He knows he's killing people, but he does it indiscriminately and does not care for morality of anyone else. You maintain chaotic evil despite the meme joke. Okay. So there's the thing. So you could argue that Thanos does it for the greater good, right? You could argue that Thanos's motivation is a greater good motivation. Because he isn't just wiping out entire peoples. He's cutting their populations in half. He's leaving people behind. MCU Thanos is there to help bring prosperity and teach those that remain how to not, end up running down that same path again, right? So we can say he's a greater good. He's got greater good motivation. But he does it for the greater good, but in a stupid way, yes. Which, I mean, don't you think it would have been better if once he got the Infinity Gauntlet, instead of killing half the people, he just made the universe like twice as plentiful? Like, he does it in a stupid way. It's incredibly short-sighted and unnecessarily malicious. Yeah, absolutely. Population will just rebuild in a generation or two. Absolutely, it will. Maybe, no idea. See, there's the thing. And we're not going to talk about all that stuff. We're going to talk about very, very specifically what Thanos wanted to do, why he was doing it, and then we need to figure out where that falls on this. And we can include the fact that he was a mass murderer, because I think that's part of it, right? because we have the Hitler one very, very specifically denoted as preventing a great evil through murder. So Thanos went planet to planet, raising these planets, destroying stuff, killing 50% of the people, would actually divide them up. We see it in the movie. Divided them up into halves, and then would have his army fire on one half of the people. Chaotic neutral, maybe, or probably maybe leaning into lawful evil. It's a good question. And that's chaotic neutral leaning into chaotic evil. They're not really near each other. Pepper says lawful good. Of course Pepper does. But anyway, so he goes around murdering 50% of the population on every single planet he visits, right? That is his goal, is to reduce populations. And he wants the Infinity Stones, specifically in the Infinity Gauntlet, so he can do the big snap and remove 50% of life in the universe. He's mass murdering for the greater good. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. I even believe that he recognizes that what he's doing is bad, but he still does it because he thinks that the other side of that coin is far worse. You thought it would have been thematically very nice if after everyone else snapped away, Thanos smiles, gets a couple words in, like, finally, peace, and then the stones also got snapped away. Yeah. Remains outside of any laws the entire time, seeking ultimate power to kill half the universe. Sure. Jaron says neutral evil. Okay. Flavor Blast says chaotic evil, or would accept chaotic neutral. Okay. Geo says to prevent more people from dying so he can make sure the whales survive just a little longer. The greater good. He's thinking of you guys, Geo. Yeah. That he's the only one with the strength to do it. Yeah. So let's talk about lawful, neutral, chaotic first. You meant chaotic evil or maybe neutral evil? Okay. So let's talk lawful, neutral, chaotic first. Is Thanos' motivation, Thanos and his motivation, would you consider them to be lawful, neutral, or chaotic? He's obeying a strict set of rules. Once he sets himself, yes, there's the other thing. There's the other thing. He's going by rules that he's created for himself. But I don't know. Does that make him lawful? At that point, everyone is lawful. That's a great point, Flavor Blast. Just because you create rules for yourself, does that mean that you are lawful? Geo thinks he's lawful because he has a set of ethos he abides by very strictly and never deviates from it. He definitely has a strong moral compass pointing in one direction. Welcome, Radish. You just came home. Welcome. He spares Tony do a verbal agreement and stuck by it. Did he? Did he? Thanos confirmed One Direction. Seeing his mind, the laws he obeys are the laws of nature, the laws of supply and demand. Sure, okay. If you want to talk about the laws of nature, are the laws of nature lawful or are they chaotic? Or are they neutral? Because boy. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's been a minute since I've watched Infinity War. Nature doesn't give a fuck either way, neutral. Right. So if you abide by by nature's laws, you're not lawful, you're neutral. The laws of supply and demand, sure. You can call them laws, but nature is chaotic. Nature does have laws, but the laws are influenced by absolute chaos. I think it was said before that nature is neutral. I would agree that actual nature is neutral. He's directly going against the law of nature. Is he? Oh. Is he going against the law of nature, or is he trying to preserve the law of nature by helping it along? By making sure... No, that doesn't... I don't know. I don't know. Where would we put him on lawful to chaotic? Because he does. MCU Thanos, he does... What he's doing, he justifies using nature. He's doing to justify he justifies what he's doing by using the laws of nature, by trying to preserve perfect balance. The law of nature has been destroyed by man. That I don't know if it's kind of like saying well, no. I don't know. It's weird. You can take the laws of nature out of civilizations. That's part of what civilizations are, is the breakaway from nature and the laws therein. It gets into free will versus nature. Yeah. But he does. He's saying he goes by the laws of nature. He's interesting. Is he chaotic? Is he lawful? Is he neutral? He follows rules, but these are rules that he's set for himself based on his perception of what nature is supposed to be. He's attempting to achieve balance. So he's following the laws, but in a chaotic nature. Using chaotic methods. Bouncing around from planet to planet, devastating the populations. That's not... that's not really lawful. You can compromise on neutral. Yeah, because I think he bounces between the two, right? Like, he's over here, but over here, but over here, but over here. The only thing that makes sense is for him to settle in the middle on neutral. So is he good, neutral, or evil, then? I know that he believes. Flavor Blast says evil 100%. Okay. I know that he believes. If we go down this road to him being true neutral, you're gonna be mad. I'm gonna let everybody kind of throw in their opinion and vote on this at the end. But I wanna like really dive into this. So is he good, neutral, or evil? evil, like, obviously he's doing evil stuff because he's murdering so many people. He's literally murdering 50% of the population, which, by the way, pretty sure that doesn't count the population that he's already killed. Which means that technically Thanos killed more than 50% of the universe's population. Right? Right? Jaron says evil because he's killing a bunch of people, but it's non-biased, which makes you want to think neutral. He sure as hell isn't good. Do the ends justify the means? That's a good question. Is he good, though? Because his goal, his intention is to create peace throughout the universe by making sure that there are no more food shortages, that making sure that overpopulation isn't an issue, by making sure that, like, he is an eco-terrorist. He's an eco-terrorist. So we can actually apply the same logic to people that go and blow up oil pipelines and stuff like that. Which might be a good way to help us figure out people that destroy and cause damage. It's not they're not going through the law, they're not getting lawyers, they're not doing this peacefully. People that are violently destroying stuff in order to preserve or restore what was lost or what will be lost. Where do they fall on this? You did it. You did not. Plus all the people in planes and such that crashed after the snap. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Like way more than 50% of the universe's population were killed. You're gonna stab half. Let's see. You're gonna stab half of the people in the neighborhood, Flavor Blast. You'll decide with a coin flip. That's not evil, is it? It'll help the house prices come down. This is good. This is Two-Face. So you'd go Two-Face on them, right? And all the grief suicides that would inevitably happen. Yeah. Violence isn't a question. Violence is always the answer. Glad to have you here, Radish. Letting the universe burn and patting yourself on the back saying I'm a good guy, that's better. These are the things I want you guys to like. I want your opinions on this. I don't know. I don't think I could ever give Thanos or any eco-terrorist true neutral. I think like for me, I'd probably list them under chaotic neutral. Oh, it's so weird. Neutral evil or lawful neutral? In my eyes, though, I don't think he could be lawful because he's not following laws. And my and I'm not saying you're wrong. And I want to make sure that's like very, very clear. In my eyes, my interpretation of lawful, neutral, chaotic is literally like lawful is following the rules that society has put in place. Neutral is either, living for yourself, kind of skirting those lines, following the rules of nature. And then chaotic is doing absolutely whatever you want, whenever you want, because you can, right? That's my interpretation of the lawful, neutral, chaotic. So it's more restrictive but safer, less restrictive but more dangerous. In the very top right corner of lawful evil bordering into the other two, someone who enables violence is just as bad as someone who does violence. Fair. So if we're deciding on who's good and evil by what they're doing, then his point of trying to save the world from starvation, population, and whatnot can be neutral because he's helping long term, while you stabbing half a neighborhood won't help everyone. The guy has literal infinite power. Instead of brainstorming a better option, he just fucks over everyone in one way or another. Yes, and we're not gonna do the in-depth dive on Thanos' psychology and why he does the things, but he had a reason. It's not true. He says he tried to find better solutions but couldn't. Again, it's been a few years since I've watched Infinity War, so you'll have to forgive me. But yeah, I mean, regardless, he still decided on murdering half of the population. To make things better for everybody else. We're not going to count all the shit that happened afterwards. We're just looking at what his motivation was. His methods and his motivation. He killed half the population in order to make the world better for the survivors. Are we ignoring Endgame? Yes. Yes, we're ignoring Endgame. Because I think Thanos and Endgame, yeah, we should probably only look at Infinity War, because Thanos and Endgame was a little more violent because he saw real opposition. So his motivation was less, I'm doing this for the greater good, but more like, these people are trying to stop me, I'm going to destroy them all. That's what Thanos's motivation was in Endgame. Endgame is a caricature of the original's intention. Yeah, sure. That works too. So yeah, we'll just focus on Infinity War. He did a lot of evil. Oh yeah, that's right. He does. He does say, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to destroy everything instead of 50%, and I'll remake the universe in, how I think it should be remade. That's what he does in Endgame. So yeah, we're going to completely ignore Endgame. But only for now. Only for now. Hold on. We will come back to Endgame Thanos, because that's a whole different motivation, isn't it? A whole different goal. That kind of stuff. So, real change requires sacrifice, right? Yeah. Let's ignore it forever. He could have tried again after getting the stones. That could have shed some new light on things. Maybe. So he murdered a lot of people, which I would say is evil. His goal, though, was to save was to like end the suffering of all the survivors. He wanted peace. He wanted to create balance. Okay, there's a lot of information there. There's a lot of information there. So, and a lot to take in. A lot to take in. Thanos is a tough one. Thanos is a really, really tough one. And his motivations are really hard. So, let's do this. Let's do the same thing real quick. Everybody that wants to, please feel free to just tell me where on this alignment chart Thanos and his motivations would go. His methods can eliminating half the population in order to make the universe better for those that remained. Mass murder for the greater good. Mass murder for the greater good. Flavor Blast says neutral evil. Geo says neutral evil. Soulfree says chaotic neutral. Okay. I can see that. Pepper says chaotic neutral. Okay, I can see that. It's a gross one. Scratch that, lawful neutral. Okay. Okay. Radish says chaotic evil with a dash of neutral evil. Okay. So some neutral evil, a little bit of chaotic evil, chaotic neutral, lawful neutral. It's definitely down here. Soulfree says changing to lawful neutral following Pepper. Okay, interesting. So the chaotic neutrals have decided lawful neutral. So lawful neutral, neutral evil, chaotic evil. You were originally chaotic evil, but you compromised on neutral evil. Okay. So right in here. Right in here. Anybody else? Because I think with this he's neutral good. Thanos did nothing wrong. Fuck off. You guys understand that if you are gonna break it up like this, I'm gonna end up putting him under true neutral. J-Ron says neutral evil. Geo says lawful good. Thanos is right. Good. I'm glad we're all trolling. Wonderful. He was too structured and had a militaristic approach to be chaotic neutral. Is that what makes something lawful in your mind? Adherence to a code. Okay. Can't agree that he is lawful, though. Okay. Okay. So we've got neutral evils. We've got lawful neutrals. And an outlier of chaotic evil. Pepper says true neutral. Oh no. Oh no. Are we? Oh no. So you guys are breaking it up between these four. I mean, it's definitely leaning more neutral evil. It is leaning more neutral evil. But it's definitely like close to that true neutral. Thanos is his own area. Yeah, he really is. I'm gonna put him under neutral evil, but I do concede that I genuinely don't think that I could place him. I don't know, because I can see him being lawful neutral. I can see him being true neutral. I can see him being, you know, chaotic evil, neutral evil, like everything in here. I can see him being lawful evil. It's a mess. It's a mess. But we can go with neutral with lawful and evil tendencies. So tipping more here. Which again, like I'm not gonna do the 25 box grid, but going off of what you guys think, I'm gonna put him in neutral evil, but I will say that he's definitely somewhere right around this. Or wait, hold on. I don't want to say for the greater good. I want to say I want to say for the preservation of those that survived. So we can make a scatter plot. I don't want to make a scatter plot. I'm specifically avoiding it. Is that what we're doing today, guys? Is just the greater good? Okay. Okay. So the next one, I do. I'm trying to move on though. So the next one is gonna be the misled villain. I think Dogness mentioned this. Somebody did. I made sure to write it down. We're gonna talk about the misled villain. We're gonna talk about the bad guy who honestly believes that they're doing the good. They're doing good. They're doing the right thing. But they're doing bad stuff. So, I guess I can't think of a specific example. I can't think of a specific example right now. But can you elaborate? Yeah. So this would be you taking your players and I gotta clear out all the notifications on my phone. Good God. This would be you taking your players, you DMing for your players, and you being a sadistic little asshole, And what happens is you push your players into doing all of these things and going around and killing all of these heroes that you've labeled as bad guys, right? You push your players into doing horrible things and bad things that they believe are good things. And then at the end of the game, you turn around and go, oh, by the way, you were working for the bad guy the whole time. All those guys that you killed, they were really the good guys. And yeah, you're now the bad guys and you're now evil. So there's that. Which typically, in the end, they either die as the bad guys or they live long enough to see themselves become the good guys. It goes both ways, folks. It goes both ways. Yeah, that would be that kind of a situation. And this one may not actually get put on here because it could fall under like simply following orders. It could fall under this. And there'd just be lawful neutral. But say you have somebody that is doing bad things because they believe that those bad things are actually good things. You don't think we can assign an alignment for lawful chaotic, but you would say they would still be good. Okay, so let's see. Ah, I thought this was going to be a good one, but actually, it might not. It might not be a... It might not be a good one. I can't think of any that haven't like I think it might actually result in like a redemption thing. But it would be a character that's being misled by someone else being evil, which actually that's another one we can tackle. We would have to have a character that is being misled by somebody. And this is one of those where it's like it's one of those really, oh my god, Blue, you're right. Arthur Morgan from Red Dead 2. I think that is a good one. Yes. Arthur Morgan was misled, constantly misled. Protagonist, but you absolutely can put that character in the antagonist slot, right? But I don't know that he was actually, I don't know that Arthur Morgan actually did anything bad. Did anything that might be considered evil, did anything that would be considered antagonistic. I think it was just that he was misled. He was misled and he was lied to. That one, that may not actually be a good one. Actually, what about Dutch? His antagonistic ways were fueled by Micah. That's true. That's true. Here's a better one. Here's a basic one. Not a better one, but a basic one. What about Anakin Skywalker? And you guys can get all of your prequel hate out in the chat. It's fine. I get it. I actually rewatched the prequels with my kids, and you know, they're not as bad. They're not as bad as I remember them being. But maybe that's because we had the sequels come out, and it's like, oh, okay, the sequels are literally like the worst. Anakin when? Anakin in I guess episode 2 and 3.
Bazinga.
Thanks, J-Ron. No, they're
Bazinga.
bad, but they have an idea that guides them. True. Very true. But yeah, Anakin episode 2 and 3. When he's actually being like misled by Palpatine. When Sheev when Sheev is misleading Anakin and pulling him away from the light side of the Force. Good old Palpy, yep. Phone was in pocket. Well, you got two free you got 2 bazingos off, J-Rod. Yeah, he was being misled. Yes, the Senate. Jesus. Get the jokes out. Hurry up. Because that's his name, the Senate. Yes, I know. I know. Boy, there's one thing people always forget. The best jokes have to be explained. Lurk away, Pepper. But yeah. Let's talk about Anakin Skywalker, episode 2 and 3, being pulled away from doing good. And actually, I guess more specifically, in episode 3, being pushed into doing evil things because he thought that they were... He thought that it was for the greater good. So Sheev convinces Anakin, manages to convince Anakin that, what, the Jedi Council are, you know, being corrupted, that they're not being open-minded. Sheev uses Anakin's visions of Padme dying. You have to realize that killing children is always evil, unless... well... Jokes aside, yes, of course. But some kids you gotta punt across the yard, man. But yeah. But there's the thing, right? Because that falls into the preventing a greater evil, right? Because if these kids are too far indoctrinated in the Jedi Order, then you're not gonna be able to, quote unquote, save them from the lies they've been told, and you know that they're only gonna grow up to be, you know, strong enough to be able to, you know, potentially fight you and take you down. So, yeah, of course Anakin killed the younglings. Of course Anakin helped kill the Jedi and hunted the Jedi. His motivation being that the Jedi had failed and weren't the bastion of light that they were supposed to be. But also hoping to attain the power to save a life, which sounds like a light side thing. If Anakin can get re-brainwashed at 20, whatever, they can re-brainwash the younglings. Vader is lawful evil, so maybe work backwards from there. Maybe. But Vader is different from Anakin. We know this. We know this. This is in the comics, this is in the books, this is in the shows, this is in the movies, all of this. This is different. Vader is a whole different person, separate from Anakin. Anakin's still driven by, you know, his major emotions. Vader absolutely is lawful evil. He's following the rules and guidelines that were put in place by the Emperor. He's a good little soldier. But he's also evil because he's hunting people down. Vader was made by competent filmmakers? No, he wasn't. George Lucas was a terrible writer. Did you know George Lucas had to hire other writers to come in and fix his writing before they could make the Star Wars movies? George Lucas is a bad writer. I think people look back on the original Star Wars trilogy very, very fondly, mostly because of nostalgia. Lucas is the hero, sir. Welcome, Shiz. Lucas did some stuff. Vader was made by people who could tell Lucas no. That's the difference between prequel and originals. Fair. But Vader is absolutely separate from Anakin Skywalker. Two different entities. Hi, PCM. Welcome. So, because of that, I want to focus only on Anakin Skywalker, Episode 3, losing his, absolutely losing his shit. His entire world is crumbling. He's worried that his wife is gonna die. The people that he thought he could trust for pretty much the majority of his life, he's quote-unquote learning that he can't trust them, and that they've been corrupted, they've been led astray, all because he's been misled by Palpatine. So he kills, he mass murders, he overthrows an entire government. These are his actions. That's Anakin. Meatball, I swear to God. Those are his actions, but his motivation is to save those he loves. While, how do I phrase this? Oh no, he said to shut up. Oh, it's so memey in here. It doesn't help that it's heating up a lot in here. I'm starting to sweat my ass off, and it's not even 1:30. But yeah, by killing his wife, yes. Today is just shitpost day. Honestly, it is. I do not mind it when you guys shitpost in my chat. I encourage it. I don't care. Some points I actually want serious answers, like when I'm asking you, where are we putting this fucker? But otherwise, yeah, shitpost away. I don't care. Yeah. So Anakin, misled by Palpatine, told lies, goes about doing evil things because he believes that the good guys are evil. So where do we put that on this? Where do we put that in the chart? Would and again, not Vader, But Anakin, Return of the Sith Annie would probably be in the chaotic realm because he does everything for his own good, not based on any facts or anything, just on his own emotions. Chaotic neutral would be your vote. Okay. And you know what? I'm all for calling Anakin a chaotic dumbass. But you believe him to be chaotic. You believe Anakin Skywalker, Sith Anakin Skywalker, to be chaotic. Shiz says chaotic evil because he wants to overthrow Palpatine. Actually, yeah, because in episode 3 he does mention overthrowing the Senate and taking over the entire empire, doesn't he? He isn't following until his power is reduced. Oh, there's a good point. Oh shit, Shiz has a good point. Because yeah, Anakin's not actually... No, I don't know. Well, he's following. Yeah, he wants to rule the galaxy with Padme. He's following, but he's still under Palpatine. But I guess, typical Sith, he does say that he can overthrow. So yeah, okay. Yeah. You'd agree, chaotic for sure. Okay. Okay. So you guys think chaotic, not lawful, but then Vader is more lawful. He is a Sith planning to overthrow once he saves her. Yep, that's right. Okay. So it sounds like general consensus, and anybody else out there is feel free to speak up if you want to. But general consensus is we'd label Anakin Skywalker as chaotic, which even looking at his past, looking at like episode 2, episode 1, definitely more chaotic, isn't he? The Empire's very definition of lawful evil to most people. True. So yeah, I could see Anakin being chaotic. Him as a person, his motivations, destroying people because he was misled in order to save his loved ones. Yeah, that's definitely chaotic. That definitely goes against lawful, doesn't it? And he has no chill. Anakin is straight chaos. Yes, he is. Okay. So he's chaotic. But again, mentioning his motivation. Is he good, neutral, or evil? God, this one may not be hard at all. I think I would, me personally, yeah, I'd probably say evil too, Flavor Blast. I think evil because Geo says neutral, Shiz says evil by the end, good to start. So I'm specifically looking at his motivations. So I know we talked about like RoboCop in the beginning, pre-character development. This one's probably more Anakin Skywalker post-character development. So at the end of episode 3, his motivations, his intentions, all of that were really like, what drives him is trying to save Padme. His methods are by destroying all the like the good people. Mustafari's evil. He was evil on Coruscant. Because he had full-blown Sith eyes on Coruscant. He was evil on Coruscant. But yeah, I guess chaotic evil. Not for this reason, though. And I mean, this doesn't have to be the only reason under it, but his motivation was... His motivation was power and selfishness. Saving the ones he loved. So even though, like, on the surface that sounds like a good thing, trying to save the people that you love, the way that he went about it, and because we've all seen Star Wars, we know it was his dreams and all of this that actually caused him to kill Padme. Because had he not drifted to the dark side, Padme would still be alive. Even more, he is evil because when Padme says no, he kills her. Well, like any good Southern husband high on Mountain Dew and Red Bull, and meth, he got angry with his wife and threw her against a wall. Domestic spousal abuse is not okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. You know what? After all of this one might be a clear-cut case, huh? Hey, Hunt's Lantern! You made more fantasy weed names. Added Remmerhash and Grim Reaper. Ooh, I like Grim Reaper. Lol, and the cops came and then ruined his life. Yup, exactly. The local sheriff rolled in. Told him, boy, you better knock that shit off. Smacked him upside the head. Anyway. Okay. Anybody out there? Does anybody not think chaotic evil for Anakin Skywalker? Finally gave your hippie cloud giant a name. Nice, Sonny. Oh, I like it. I like that, Hunts. Oh, you don't think at all? Oh, PCM, I'm sure you think. I'm sure you think plenty. Oh god, it's been 4 hours. I'm sweating my ass off already. In other words, does anyone else feel wrong? Thinking is bad? There's so many ants. Ah, yes. I forgot about that meatball. I hope that's going well for you. Let me see here. So what did I say this was gonna be? This was gonna be... misled and wants to protect loved ones, and then we'll just put murder in there because why not? Maybe I should actually mass murder for preservation of survivors. I'm actually gonna kind of attribute these. Greed and minor insanity. This one's gonna be Smaug. Time traveler. Hitler killer. I don't have a good name for that one. But I think this is... I'm gonna put these in. I wasn't originally, but I think I do need to put these in just because... just because it's gonna help make sure that they don't, or help give a better image of kind of who they fit, but the names are less important than what the actual motivation is. You feel like Anakin, he's chaotic neutral. Oh, interesting. Hunts, what makes you feel like he's chaotic neutral? TTHK, time travel Hitler killer. Preventing, hold on, the growth of evil. There we go. Redemption, penance, upholding the law. These ones we didn't really have a specific image in mind for those, did we? Know what seems like a fun campaign setting to play? A Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Oh god, it would be all over the place. Okay. Oh god, I'm gonna try to push this as long as I can, but I'm gonna be dying here shortly. Which actually, since it is so goddamn hot, what I might do, I don't know. I might do another stream later tonight, just playing something. But what part of murdering the woman you love is neutral? I don't believe murdering Padme was intentional. I believe it was pure emotional. So I could see it not being entirely evil, but then he still killed all those kids, and he still killed all the people that he basically like lived and worked with. Halfway to choosing my nail color. Oh, nice. My AC broke. No, I don't have AC, Flavor Blast. I don't have air conditioning. Oh shit. And I've looked at air conditioners before. The problem is my house is pretty open plan, which means I'd either need a really big air conditioner, which I don't have the money for right now, or I'd need to like cordon off my house. Yeah, it is humid. It's like 50% humidity. Because I live in the Pacific Northwest, so like the Washington, Oregon, Idaho area, and actually it's the Portland area of Oregon, so I'm in the valley next to all the rivers and shit. Very humid. Lurk away, J-Ron. But yeah. This is not bad, and I wanna make sure that it's said that the entire reason why I wanted to do this today is because I want to be able. Humidity is super low for you today, 59%. Jeez, Blue, gross. Actually, I don't know what it's at, but I want to make sure that the entire reason why I wanted to do this today is known. I want to be able to have this as a tool, as a good like a guideline or a reminder, kind of a way to point out what exactly is gonna make the type of antagonist or BBEG that I actually want to put in various parts of my games. And this hopefully helps other people figure that out as well. There's still some things you could do at 50%, but not much. Yeah, even if I get a grossly undersized AC, it'll still pull humidity from the air. Yeah, I've considered getting like a dehumidifier or something, but honestly, it's really only bad for a few weeks during the summer. And it's just gonna suck this week because I think our highs this week are all like hitting 100 degrees every day. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, actually, I guess it's not that humid outside. Last time I checked, humidity was going to be like 50%, but it looks like humidity is at like 34. Dehumidifier will add heat to the space. Yeah, I know. My parents are dumb. They run a dehumidifier, a humidifier, and AC, and it's like, I don't understand what you're trying to do in your house, but stop. Your Airbnb room was getting super hot during the day, so you bought one of those teeny tiny little AC boxes that you just fill with water, plug and turn on. Oh god. Is that a like a swamp cooler? Hunt's Lantern, because you feel like Neutral does it out of order. Like he was ordered to take out every Jedi by Palpatine, rather than Evil, where it's done out of fun and for no reason at all. Okay, I see what you're saying, Hunts. I see what you're saying. My thing though is, do you if you were to come across this person in real life, would you see them as being neutral? Or would you see them as being evil, knowing that they had killed a bunch of people? And I know this gets messy because it's like, oh, well, what about military and all this other shit? And it gets super messy. That would be he is lawful evil rather than chaotic neutral. It all depends on your interpretation of good, neutral, evil, and lawful, neutral, chaotic. He was the evil the second he chose, or he was evil the second he chose to help kill Mace. Oh. You'll post pics to Discord. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, it's plus the whole force and emotions jumps around from any alignment chart. Yeah, it does. He could have been neutral and stopped both of them dying, but he picked evil in that moment. Yeah. Okay. So let's move on. Let's move on, because I think we kind of went, you know, chaotic evil. It's his motivations are selfish. Although he was misled. They were selfish. He wanted to protect the ones he loved, but that's about it. Lurk away, Flavor Blast. Oh, neat. Interesting box, Blue. Huh. I'll have to look into those. But yeah. Yeah. I don't want to spend too much time on the next two, because I'm gonna melt into a puddle. But let's go through the last two that I have on the list real quick. let's talk about Thanos again. However, this is going to be Endgame Thanos. I put it on the list because, as I said earlier when we were doing Infinity War Thanos, Infinity War Thanos is definitely different from Endgame Thanos. So Endgame Thanos still had the same idea, right? Initially, still had the same idea. It was destroy half of the universe's population, blah, blah, blah. And then he saw opposition. He changed his, like, plan to being completely destroying the universe and recreating it. Okay? So you have a character who wants to eliminate everything. Not just people, but wants to eliminate people, plants, animals, rocks, planets, entire solar systems, entire galaxies. He wants to destroy it all. He wants to remove it all and then remake it. In that process, killing everything. Man's got purple face cancer. Can't hold him accountable. He's literally a prune. Yes, that's fair. I'd still, and this one might be a little bit easier, because I know that we talked about Infinity War Thanos forever. Finally stuck him under neutral evil, but even then, he's still kind of like floating around towards true neutral, maybe even lawful neutral. It's a goddamn mess. But I think Endgame Thanos is a little more clear. Also, there's two versions of Thanos in Infinity War as well, before he got the Soul Stone and after. Gross. I don't wanna dive into that. Oh shit. You're right. You're right. He does change a little bit, but his general motivations stay the same. But Endgame Thanos, far different. Far different. He may start out the same, but Endgame Thanos does become a whole different kind of monster because he realizes that, oh, there's opposition. People are going to fight against his plan, so he might as well make it so nobody can fight against his plan. He wants to do a complete hard reset on everything. So, we have a character that wants to destroy everything, erase the entire universe, and then recreate it in his, as he sees fit. Lawful, neutral, chaotic. Is he acting lawfully? Are his motivations lawful? Are they neutral? Are they chaotic? Is he going by, as far as my interpretation of lawful, neutral, and chaotic? If your guys' is different, go by yours. Endgame Thanos. Is he going by laws that were put in place by society? Any of them? No, generally not. Neutral, going by, I guess, nature's laws, which can tip back and forth between lawful and chaotic. Or is he just being straight up chaotic, doing whatever he wants, regardless of how people feel? And then is he good, neutral, or evil? It is again for the greater good. For the greater good, he is again like working to make a peaceful world, isn't he? Unless I'm forgetting Endgame. No. No, because what he's gonna do is he's gonna create a world that's more... Doesn't he want to create a world that's more fascist? That's more under his control? Isn't that what he wants to do with the universe when he recreates it? Is makes it so nobody can really fight against him? Or is he still looking for peace? Shiz, you say chaotic evil. He's writing his own rules and trying to have all the power selfishly. Yeah. He's really, what he's done is he's abandoned his previous motivations simply because there was opposition that told him that his motivations were bad and they weren't ever going to work and that they'd always oppose him. Welcome back, Scythro. He's looking for peace the same as any other dictator. Right. Scythro, you've returned. Who are we? We're talking about Endgame Thanos. Not Infinity War Thanos, but Endgame Thanos. Endgame Thanos that has seen the opposition, seen people fighting against him, and has decided to change his motivation from simply removing half of the universe's population to instead completely destroying the universe and everything within it and everyone within it to create a new one that fits his ideals. Shiz says he's looking for peace the same as any dictator. Yeah, that sounds like a fascist universe where he's in control of everything and nobody can do anything that goes against what he wants them to do. To you, he's purple Hitler. Endgame Thanos is chaotic evil, says Hunt's Lantern. Okay. I don't know. What about you, Scythro? What do you think? What do you think? Is it still evil? Endgame Thanos is also partially about self-preservation, right? He knows if he doesn't change, he will lose since his precursor failed. Yes, there is the self-preservation, but pretty much every antagonist is going to have some amount of self-preservation. I don't know that we want to include that. It's kind of like including the revenge thing. Like revenge can fall under any of these. So self-preservation could fall under any of these. I can see him being chaotic evil. I can see him being chaotic neutral. I do think he falls more under the chaotic. I could see him as being neutral. Endgame, you feel like his idea is different. In Infinity War, he wanted to get rid of only half. In Endgame, he just wanted to give it a clean slate. Yes. And it is where he's not going to fall under neutral evil where we put Infinity War Thanos. He's definitely going to fall under something else. But I guess if we put Infinity War Thanos in neutral evil, and now Endgame Thanos just wants to go fucking nuts and erase everything, he should be chaotic evil, right? Because his good evil neutral alignment hasn't changed. It's still the same methods. It's still the same stuff. So he'd still be evil, right? He's just not as neutral anymore. He's more chaotic. The reason you'd say evil is because he wants the power? Fair. You had a full lunch break and finished up a movie. We still on Thanos? Dogness, we are on Endgame Thanos now, not Infinity War Thanos. We put Infinity War Thanos in neutral evil. We also put Anakin Skywalker, like episode 3, Anakin Skywalker in chaotic evil. Now we're talking Endgame. Welcome to my world. Meatball, if you didn't like it, you wouldn't be here. He's definitely not chaotic in your opinion. He's planning to write his own laws of physics. He's planning to write his own laws of physics? I guess if he's rewriting everything, sure. I guess I could see that. You're a bit out of it. Does that thought make sense? No, well, no. Laws of physics, no. But he is. I think I know what you're trying to say, Scythro. He's planning on writing his own laws of nature that will help keep balance, right? He's planning on recreating the universe in a way that is going to prevent people from rising up against him. He's planning on writing it so people could never upset the balance, that the balance would always stay there. God, is he still neutral evil? There's the question. I guess there's a big question. Would you guys still consider endgame Thanos, even though his motivations kind of changed, even though his end goal has definitely changed? Would you still consider endgame Thanos neutral evil? Or do you think he's different from Infinity War Thanos? You still feel like he'd be comparable to the Hitler killer? So more chaotic neutral? Not really lawful, though. Not lawful. So we're leaning more towards neutral and chaotic. Honestly, he wants to erase everything and start over, so more chaotic, if not neutral evil still. Shiz says he'd say it's selfishly motivated, thus leading to chaotic evil. It helps him and no one else. Ooh, that's a good point. Hans Legend says one word, genocide. No, actually, Shiz makes a good point. And Guinea Pig Batman, love the name, welcome, says, yeah, definitely either chaotic or neutral evil. Okay, so I wanna talk about what Shiz said. He says it's selfishly motivated because it helps him and no one else. That actually might be the thing. That might be the thing, because Shiz is right. In completely rewriting the universe, it literally only helps him. He may be doing it to create a quote unquote paradise, but it's still only him that's going to benefit from it, because he's technically going to be the only survivor from that. Until more people are created by him. That actually might work. He helps life in concept, not the individual expressions of life that exist currently. His ideology tends towards such a cosmic scale of things. Fair. Shiz says it's his paradise and no one else's. That one also is a good one, because it's true. It's true. He really is. He's creating a universe, or his goal is to create a universe that he believes is perfect, that he believes is the way it should be, and takes into consideration nobody else's input. Whereas Infinity War Thanos was just like, I'm gonna snap half the population. What'd you miss, Geo? We're talking endgame Thanos. We moved off of Anakin Skywalker. We're talking endgame Thanos. And we might be putting him under chaotic evil. You went to go talk to coworkers and can now leave the office at 6. Oh, nice. Congratulations. You've got an hour left. Mustache twirling Thanos. Yep. But Shiz makes a good point that Endgame Thanos is like Endgame Thanos is more selfish than Infinity War Thanos. Yes, 1 hour. I know how to do math, Gio. Scyther, you don't believe that to be true. The universe he is planning to create might be his design, but he still wants to create it to have life prosper. His motivation did not change, only his approach, as he was faced with the failure of his plans. True. True, but he was faced with, yeah, I guess that's it. He realized that his plan would fail, or his previous plan did fail. His other self's previous plan did fail. Have I seen the new Mind Goblin subrace for D&D? No, I haven't, Croissants. He does not have the individuals in mind, but the concept of life, and he wants the life he creates to prosper. Mind Goblin, these nuts. Fuck off. Yeah, you got me. So you would argue he's not selfishly motivated. I don't know. Okay. No, but that's fair. That's fair. However, he also intends to create a universe where people aren't going to oppose him. The idea that you want to rid yourself of anybody that might have an opposing view or might oppose your plans, wouldn't that be selfish? Like, Infinity War Thanos was ready to fight for all of this. Endgame Thanos doesn't want to fight for it. He wants to erase all the opposition so his goal is easier to achieve. He was prepared to die for his goal of bringing balance to the universe in Infinity War. Yeah, he was prepared to die then. I don't think Endgame Thanos was prepared to die. The BBEG could be a dragon. That's a 20 level 20 bard. His goal is to seduce everyone. He could be. He's as selfish as Hitler, says the shiz. Endgame Thanos is ready to fight as well. Yes, he's ready to fight, but I guess you said it better. Infinity War Thanos was prepared to die. Endgame Thanos wasn't willing to consider that death was an option. Yes, since his plans changed in a way that would require him to survive. Yeah. Because we saw Infinity War Thanos at the beginning of Endgame was fully accepting of his fate. But Endgame Thanos was not there. But I guess it's a difference in how far along their plans actually came, isn't it? And Hunt's Lantern says lawful evil. Oh, I don't know. Only because Infinity War Thanos lost everything. All that was left was himself. Endgame still had a full crew. Sure. But Endgame hadn't even gotten close to accomplishing his goals yet. It was actually Endgame Thanos was all of a sudden presented with all the Infinity Stones. And Endgame Thanos didn't have to go through all the trouble, didn't have to go through all the work. Endgame Thanos never even saw his goal being achievable out on the horizon. Infinity War Thanos, when he dies in the beginning of Endgame, was shocked by how his plans failed. He was not prepared to face opposition after he won. He was expecting everyone who was opposing his... No, he was pretty set in and was pretty happy because he had also destroyed the Infinity Stones. He knew he had his plan had succeeded. And he knew that there was no way of reversing it because he destroyed the Infinity Stones. Obviously, then there's the bullshit that they pulled in Endgame, but Infinity War Thanos completed his job, went out to retire. When they came in, there was no fight. They literally just grabbed him. He did not fight back. He accepted his fate because he knew that he was successful. His plans didn't fail. He was successful. It was Endgame Thanos that didn't like the opposition. It was Endgame Thanos who realized that the plans failed because people fought back. Perhaps I treated you too harshly. Yeah. It was Infinity War Thanos at the beginning of Endgame was very calm. And he was at peace. To be yeah. To be neutral, he would have to also die. I guess. Maybe. I don't know if I can agree with that one. For Endgame Thanos, it must have been shocking to see himself fail. In the future, he had to drastically change his plans. Yes, absolutely. And that's why Endgame Thanos is so different from Infinity War Thanos. You still think it should have ended with Infinity War? But there's still that conflict. Conflict needed to be resolved. And because conflict was resolved, we now have more conflict, because there's always conflict. But yeah. So, was Endgame Thanos... I guess Endgame Thanos was more driven, wasn't he? And he went about brute forcing it a lot more. It was resolved, they lost, Thanos won. That's not a resolution, though. You wanted to see Worldbreaker Hulk? Give it time, Hunts. Give it time. Because it's selfish to live as the only one left after killing everyone. If he was chaotic neutral, he would die too and just start life over. Okay. I can see that, Shiz. I can see that. Okay. We've talked about Endgame Thanos enough. I think a lot of people kind of have their ideas about where they think we should put him, or at least, you know, what it is. This one, last Infinity War Thanos was mass murder for preservation of survivors. Endgame Thanos is literally just world recreation. That's his motivation. He wants to recreate the world as he sees fit. That's his motivation. Flavor Blast says chaotic evil. Everybody else, if you want to give your input, again, this does not go off of what I believe it is, but I'm going off of what you guys say. So, please feel free to give your input where you think Endgame Thanos would fit on this table. So Flavor Blast says chaotic evil. If anyone says lawful, they'll lose it. Geo says lawful evil still has his own ethos that he follows. Okay. It's okay, Flavor Blast. It's okay. I'm pretty... Scythro, you can honestly see lawful evil more than chaotic evil. Interesting. You'll go from neutral evil, though. Okay. Okay. All right. Anybody else? I think Shiz is still probably solidly chaotic evil. He's been fighting for that one the entire time. He's literally destroying all of creation. That must be chaotic. Honestly, I'm with you on that one, Flavor Blast. I don't see how he's lawful. I don't see how he's lawful. But if other people think that he's lawful, then that's their perception. We're going off of everybody's perception, and then we're gonna kind of average it out or whatever. The destruction part is necessary for him to recreate the universe, sure. Guinea Pig Batman, you definitely think Endgame Thanos and Infinity War Thanos are different, but you don't think he's changed to the point of changing his alignment. Okay, so Guinea Pig Batman would still say neutral evil. Hunt says lawful evil because he wants to recreate everything for himself, and chaotic evil because it's just an absolute clean slate. So would you balance out and say neutral evil as well? Because if you're bouncing between the two, and you're like, well, it's both, then that means it's neutral evil. If that's the case, going by what people are saying, Endgame Thanos might still be neutral evil. Perfectly balanced as all things should be, I guess. Okay. Let's see. Flavor Blast, hard disagree. He's just kind of on the evil spectrum, says Geo, maybe. Scythro, his belief system is on a cosmic scale where he does not consider individual life to be important at all. But he still cares, and he wants to create a better universe following his own guidance. Okay. I mean, it's your guys' opinions. I'm not here to tell you I'm not here to say your opinion's wrong or right. I'm here to get your guys' opinions because it matters. It absolutely matters. Because again, whether somebody is good or evil, whether somebody is lawful or chaotic, is completely dependent on, again, society's perception of them. You guys are the society. You guys are the ones that are actually saying how evil or how good or how crazy or how, law-abiding these people are. Do these people follow rules? Do they just do whatever they want? Scythro agrees with Geo, the lawful chaotic scale might not apply to him. I mean, it does, but if he's found a balance, then yeah, that's kind of where it's rough. Because that's what neutral is, right? Neutral is both lawful and chaotic. It's not neither, it's both. Right? It's a overlap. So if you have lawful here and you have chaotic here, the neutral is where the fingers intertwine, right? Where you have both neutral and chaotic. As you drift farther one way, you have less chaotic and more neutral, or vice versa. But it's a combination of the two. It's not absence of both. Having read Endgame's script, Geo, the descriptions of Thanos imply his motivation has not changed, it's just his method. And do the methods or motivation matter more in alignment? I think methods do. Which we've kind of talked about the methods. Specifically with the time-traveling Hitler killer. Obviously, murder is the method. The motivation is to prevent the growth of evil. Preventing the growth of evil sounds like a good thing, but then it's the motivation that makes it more neutral. Which matters more is the question. I'd have to say that they're probably on the same. I think they're weighted the same. Maybe method. Yeah, I think method a bit more. By method, it's chaotic evil. By motivation, it's lawful evil. If that's your understanding of the chaotic versus lawful scale, Scythro, yeah, absolutely. Which balances into neutral evil. Fuck. Could go Infinity War, lawful evil, and Endgame chaotic evil. You know what? I think we may have hit something where, like, shit, I think they both are neutral evil still. After everything that we've talked about. So, we've got him down. We've got Thanos, Infinity War, and Endgame down in neutral evil for both mass murder for preservation of survivors, and then mass murder and recreation of the world. Great. I have, you still don't see any hint of lawful in, Endgame Thanos. And you might not ever, Flavor Blast. You might not ever. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. Because I don't think anybody's wrong. In this thing, because this is fully 100% opinion based, and then it's just averaged out on the opinions. You're willing to compromise on neutral for Infinity War, but not for this. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. And you know what? You're not alone, Flavor Blast. You're not alone. You are far from alone. So I have one more on my list of people that we can kind of characters that we can kind of throw on here. And honestly, I have a feeling I already know where they're gonna go. But do you guys want to do the one that's on the list, or do you want to try to come up with somebody or some motivation that would fall under neutral good or even true neutral for an antagonist? This one's up to you guys. I can go either way on it. If we want to do the easy one, get it over with quick, we can do the one that's on the list, or we can try to come up with something that fits one of these two boxes. Because honestly, the only thing that's like lawful evil's easy. Hunt's Lantern says list. Okay. Neutral good and true neutral, I think are a lot harder to find. Actually, true neutral might just be self-defense, wouldn't it? So I don't think a true neutral antagonist would be very good. In fact, I'm gonna put that one down. True neutral would be force of nature characters. True neutral would be somebody who's neither acting good nor evil, and really is just living for themselves. Force of nature, I guess it would work. That would be like animals and stuff like that. But again, more often than not, a motivation for a true neutral character to be an antagonist would simply be self-defense. Bendu from Star Wars Rebels is neutral. I haven't seen it, so I don't know who that is. I'm trying to get caught up on all the Star Wars stuff. But we need to remember that this needs to be motivation for an antagonist. True neutral antagonist could be an event like Major Earthquake or something. Sure, actually, that's good. Because that could also be there. The simple basic nature of the antagonist is just to be an antagonist. That would be a predator. That would be, if your antagonist is a earthquake, that it's just the nature of the earthquake to be an antagonist. A comet headed to the planet, absolutely. If it's just a something natural that's gonna be a bad thing, it's just the simple nature of it. True neutral feels like a position for a force of nature antagonist. A shark, a walking firestorm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The Sharknado is true neutral. God damn it. The Sharknado is true neutral. Who would have thought? Oh. All right. So, Sharknado is true neutral. We got some true neutral stuff. I know that Hunt's Lantern wanted to hit the list. We'll hit the last one on the list, and then we'll finish up the stream. And I'm gonna say this right now. We're gonna finish the stream by rating J-Ron at the end, because I believe he's speedrunning disc 2 of Final Fantasy 9. He's actually on disc 2. Anyway, the last antagonist that I have. What about organized crime? Where does that lie? That's a good question. Probably somewhere lawful. But the last one on the list, one of them gets robot sharks. What the fuck? And time travel? I need to watch the Sharknado movies. But anyway, let's see. Unrelated question. Do you think DMs would be interested in a book of diseases and illnesses as well as some potential magic items and or spells? Always, Blue. Always. In fact, we've worked on that stuff on stream before. Sharknado movies are fun. Cool. So let's talk about the last one on the list so we can raid J-Ron and I can, I don't know, go sit in a cold shower for 5 hours. I have on my list, the last thing being the Misleader. The Misleader. And I wrote that down without anybody in mind, but after talking about the misled hero, Anakin, the Misleader would be Emperor Palpatine. So, Emperor Palpatine, the Misleader, the Manipulator. I guess you could have a whole plethora of motivations as to why somebody would be misleading or manipulating somebody else. However, we'll focus on Palpatine specifically. Scyther says lawful evil, gut instinct. That's kind of where I'm at too. Because we have somebody who literally worked within the law to take power and then shut down any opposition. These are your Palpatine, Darth Vader, Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin, fascist leaders. Everybody's immediately just like loading in. These all are manipulators. They go to take power. They hold power if anybody opposes that. They shut them down immediately. There is no chance of discussion. There is nothing like that. It's immediately just like, if you oppose me in any way, you aren't going to live anymore. Scyther says Palpatine is lawful evil. Hunt's Lantern says Darth Vader's lawful evil, Palpatine chaotic evil. Okay. Geo of Concerned Whale Protection says lawful evil because he does tell half-truths and uses fact to help guide people. Palpatine is absolutely lawful evil, says Guinea Pig. Bureaucracy is lawful evil confirmed, says Dogness. Flavor Blast says lawful evil. You were originally thinking neutral evil. Okay. Scythro, he abuses the political system to play chess against himself and manipulates basically in the entire galaxy. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And there's the thing. I think that's the thing that makes a lawful evil character lawful evil, is they go about their evil ways, their, whatever methods they are. Oh. We need to, oh no. Okay, anyway. I'm gonna make sure I don't forget that. So he goes about his plans, literally, mostly abiding by the law. Does he not? Palpatine literally just pulls the strings, but there are still strings. He doesn't push people. He manipulates them. He misleads people into getting what he wants. But he uses rules. He has walls. He doesn't work outside those. He works within the confines of where he's stuck. Pre-Vader Palpatine wasn't fascist in his actions yet, just manipulative. Pre-Vader, as in like episode 1 and 2? Because episode 1, he definitely was manipulative because he was working his way through the Senate. Didn't he hire a bunch of assassins and stuff? Yeah. Vader was absolutely fascist and, sorry, not Vader. Palpatine was absolutely fascist and manipulative. That would be outside the law. That it would. That it would. That it would. But then there's the question, how far outside of the law do you have to be to start tipping into neutral territory instead of lawful? If the vast majority of your actions are still lawful, but you have a few neutral, does that make you full neutral neutral? Pre-Vader, as in with the rise of Darth Vader came the rise of the Empire, which solidifies his fascist regime. Yes and no, because we also see him rising up through the ranks within the Senate and manipulating the Senate by himself. every step of the way is, it's not fully, not completely his fascist regime, but it is getting closer and closer every single time. But does one action burn all other actions for alignment? Yeah, there's the question. Pre-Vader, he still acts within the confines of democracy, taking advantage of its flaws, perhaps. Absolutely. That's part of being a good manipulator, is you know what buttons to press, and you know how to use people to your benefit. So, not Vader, but Palpatine himself. Sheev, good old Sheev. Abusing an established legal or governmental system is the definition of lawful. Think devils and fae. Exactly. Exactly. If you could compare Palpatine to a devil, in that he works with contracts, he works with words, he's very careful about what he says and how he goes about doing things. That's like the definition of lawful. Like Scythro said. Flavor Blast, you don't think so. Depends on how many actions are outside the initial alignment, and you would argue how pivotal those outside actions are. Okay, so how much like influence, how much things change depending on what they do. Interesting. Guinea Pig Palpatine definitely takes certain actions that break laws, but the vast majority of his actions work within the frame of his law, and he very actively uses the pre-existing strings to his advantage instead of breaking them and making new ones. Yeah, absolutely. Gio says the Senate is a fascist. You think from the beginning all of his rhetoric is based around the good of the Republic and how much more important it is than the individual. In the beginning, the Senate's not fascist. It's Palpatine himself is fascist, and he uses his manipulation in order to push the Senate closer to becoming a fascist government. Why do I keep calling him Sheev? Because that's his first name. His name is Sheev Palpatine. You were talking about Palpatine? Oh, I know. I know, Gio. Oh, god damn it. No. Okay, now I know. Sheev Palpatine. Yep. There you go, Flavor Blast. You bitch. So, Sheev is a fascist, you think, from the beginning. All of his rhetoric is based around the good of the Republic and how much more important it is than the individual. Yeah, absolutely. It is an oddly adorable first name. I know. It's funny. Sheev. Anyway, I think this one's gonna be kind of straightforward, right? I think this one's gonna be straightforward. So, we know what he's done. He's manipulated people. He's tried to have people assassinated. He generally works within the confines of the law. Question is, does his alignment change with the establishment of the Empire? He stops acting within the law, but he becomes the law. You'd argue it might make him chaotic, as he is now able to act without the confines of pre-established law itself. Nah, because it's still the law. Even if it's his law, the law is the law. And also, I don't believe that Palpatine changed the laws all that much, other than removing all like Jedi influence and turning everybody against him. It was more like it's more like he didn't necessarily change the laws to fit his ideas. He used the laws and bent them. But then he also, because of the whole rebel uprising and all of that, he also kind of enacted like, I mean, it's a military state. It's a military state. That's it. The laws didn't really change. It's just who rules over them changed. You'd argue the very fact that he would become the embodiment of the laws for the proof of his lawfulness. I mean, fuck, yeah. So yeah, we have Sheev Palpatine starting out as a senator, moving his way up through the Senate, becoming the Senate. He did try to have some people assassinated. He did kill people. Most of his actions, though, I believe, were within the law. And he generally just used the law to manipulate and bend everybody to his whims. He's not fully lawful. He definitely did things outside of the law. And I would have to say his entire purpose was evil because, I mean, that's just kind of the nature of the Sith, right? Is to dominate and pull people down so you can tower over them, right? It's his way of asserting control over others, yeah. So knowing everything that we know about Sheev Palpatine, Emperor Palpatine, where do you guys think we put Emperor Palpatine on the chart? Just give me your answer. Everybody that wants to, feel free, shout it out, let me know, so I can kind of like taking a vote. It's what we're doing. Where do you guys think we will put, or we should put, Emperor Palpatine? Flavor Blast, you still feel more like neutral evil, but you definitely understand lawful in this case and went with lawful evil. Scythro says lawful evil. Flavor Blast says lawful evil. Guinea Pig Batman, Shivi is very much lawful evil, evil in their opinion. Geo says lawful evil. I mean, that's... a consensus. Yeah. That's the first one. That's the first one. Okay. A consensus? Yes. Oh, God, I don't know. Don't ask me the spelling on that, Flavor Blast. I have no clue. Manipulation in general is a lawful evil act. Understanding human psyche and working within it. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, actually, that's well put, Scythro. Very well put. Huzzah, we got people on the internet to agree about something. Guinea Pig Batman, you just ruined it. You just ruined it. I need you to know that. Because now everybody's gonna start arguing. Let's see here. I'm gonna link that. There's the link to our Discord, especially something D&D related. Honestly, well, it's, yeah, kinda D&D related. Oh, and I said I wasn't gonna forget. Anyway, I linked the Discord. If anybody out there isn't part of our Discord, please feel free to join. keep in touch with us outside of the streams. We've got a whole section of our Discord that's just dedicated to D&D and tabletop RPG stuff. I wanted to say though, because I just remembered, I made sure I didn't forget. There was the question of method versus motivation, right? There was the question of method versus motivation and which one is weighted heavily. And I realized as we were talking about Palpatine, what if method and motivation are actually assigned to one of those two scales? Good to evil, lawful to chaotic. What if the motivations is what makes you good versus evil, and it's your methods that make you lawful versus chaotic? Wouldn't that just be it? Real quick, the druid in the D&D movie can turn into an owlbear. Yeah, I know. I have problems with it. I had someone get angry about the owlbear. Although, Geo, hold on. Geo. I talked with my friend about that, and I made one single point. I was like, here's the thing. We don't know what level that druid is. If that druid has shape change, that druid absolutely can become an owlbear. Yep. True polymorph, shape change, regular polymorph. We don't know the context. We need to see that druid's character sheet, is what I'm saying. But yeah. That makes a whole lot of sense. Yeah, right? And also I know Flavor Blast, because then Thanos is good. Well, let's see. If Thanos' motivation... God, you're right. You're right, Flavor Blast. Using that, Thanos would be like chaotic good. But then there's the murder. So, hold on. So if motivation is good versus evil, method is lawful versus chaotic, but then it can also influence good versus evil. So I guess method is both good and evil and lawful and chaotic. It's gross. It's gross. Thanos' motivation is good, but the fact that he's murdering people means he's evil. Lurk away, Flavor Blast. You think they're gonna release new subclasses based on the characters that allow things they do in the movie, because the movie comes out right around the... Oh, okay. Neat. Was anyone gonna tell you that a D&D movie was coming out, or we just... Sorry, Guinea Pig Batman. Hey, join our Discord. I actually linked... I think I linked the trailer for the D&D movie in there. But yeah. I didn't hear about the trailer until my friend told me. And it was like the day of. He was like, oh, D&D trailer came out. I was like, they're making a D&D movie? So yeah, no, I didn't hear about it either. But yeah, okay, this was good. This was good, this was fun. I really enjoyed doing this. So again, I'm gonna do a bunch of stuff. Actually, the Discord just linked itself right up there. So if any of you, again, are not in the Discord and you want to stay in touch outside of the streams, please feel free to join there. We've got a wonderful community of people there. Like, really, everybody's just super nice.
Hello there.
Hello.
Guinea Pig Batman, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate that. And then, yeah, let's see what else. Oh, the music. If you're curious about the music that I've been listening to all stream, it's Game Chops over on YouTube. That link right there will take you to their YouTube channel where you can find all their various playlists, uploaded music, as well as the live channel that I've been listening to this entire time. They're absolutely fantastic. Be sure to go give them a subscribe. And yeah, otherwise, we're going to go raid J-Ron. Because we like to support our other Bad Back Gang members. He's playing some Final Fantasy IX. He's speedrunning on Disc 2. So that'll be fun. I love me some Final Fantasy IX. Really do. So I'm looking forward to watching this. If you're going to join in the raid, please feel free to copy and paste that raid message. If you are one of my wonderful subscribers, there is a subscriber-only raid message because it allows the usage of our mush love emote right there. But yeah, I think that is about it. I want to say thank you to everybody that stuck around. You guys are all absolutely wonderful. I will be back for sure tomorrow playing God knows what. I'm not sure right now, but I will be back streaming tomorrow, suffering in the heat again. I look forward to seeing you all there, and I think that's about it. So have a good one, folks. See you later.